And hello everybody, welcome in. How are you doing everybody? Hello, I see Doran, Flame, Veva getting the esteemed title of first for today, congratulations to you. I see myself entering the chase zone to grab a little bit of Tourme d'Ambert, 30%, for a grand total of 51%. I see Zeta, hello. Zeta entering the chase zone to grab 24% Mont d'Or. First time, actually. Ooh, and Vava is on a 7-stream streak. Thank you for the streaking, Vava. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Oh, Doran entering the chase zone to get 23% Caprice des Dieux today. Nice. You found a cool spaceship building game. You're obsessed with it. Have I heard of Astronauts? I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't remember. I couldn't say, honestly. I feel like I probably have seen it before. But yeah, I don't remember. Let me check, actually. Before we start. It's on Steam, I assume. I was looking at the last Starship, which looks kind of fun. Astronauts, not astronaut. Aha. Let's see. Do I know that game? Actually, no, it doesn't ring a bell. Maybe I haven't seen it. Interesting. I'll have to look into it. Actually, let me add it to the games list. Games play. That way you can check it out later after the stream. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. You have I feel like I might like it too. Yeah, I'll look into it. Definitely. Yeah, the last Starship has given me ideas of maybe trying to stream it. We'll see. We'll see what we do. We'll have to reintroduce new games in the rotation. So, because I've been super hyper focused on Alchemy Factory, but I'm kind of reaching a point where I'm like, yeah, I could, like, I'd like to start playing all the games again, not just that one. So yeah, we'll have to look into it. Ooh, and a stream streak from Theta, 15 streams, nice. That's a lot of cheese, yeah it is. It's a lot of streaming and streaking. Thank you for the streaking, Theta. Okay, let's look at the cheese shop. Slot 1. Yes. And let's see where we were. Ma'am, you're clipping through the counter. I don't think that's allowed. The customers are supposed to stay in front of the counter, not behind. Ooh. Ooh, that's gonna be a good haul. Oh wait. No, I mean, it's not getting full. But it's not emptying either, that's kinda concerning. What's going on here? Why are you not emptying? Oh, maybe there was gold inside here, and so it was kind of waiting for it to empty. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Let's close it back. Yeah, because we have stuff that we sell for gold now, don't we? I think? I don't quite remember. Let's see. Good. Yeah, basically a diamond is worth a gold. No, malachite is not worth that much. It's like a silver and a bit. But like if they bought like a diamond and some stuff, then maybe we go to gold. You were looking at the last Starship too, but the Steam reviews discourage you. I mean, yeah, it could be worth waiting too, because it's early access, I believe, isn't it? So it might be worth waiting for the 1.0 and see if it gets better. Okay, so let's have a look at what we are doing today. So today I think I want to try working on Mars and maybe on Saturn. I don't know if we'll have time to work on Saturn. I think it might be worth like making kind of a combined Salt and Saturn production, because Salt is going to produce a lot of sound as a byproduct. And well, I suppose we could re-inject the sound into the diamond making. That would be something we could do. But also we're going to need sound to make glass, right? So maybe... like what? Making one salt would make 6 sounds. And glass, hang on. So one salt is one glass, basically. Yes, so we could probably combine them. And then like we need more sound for clay. So that could mean that we have the ability to produce more salt because we have the ability to consume more sound, right? Because we're going to need bricks and glass for that. So like if we need one salt, one glass, it's 1-to-1, that's fine. But then we need some extra sound for the bricks. So that kind of works out, I think. So we could do something that produces salt, a little bit extra than what we need for Saturns. And then, like, if we're not consuming salt, it all goes into Saturns. And if we're consuming some salt, it just kind of stops the sound production for Saturn. So we could do that, and we'll want obviously to be making mass, which is going to require iron, steel, copper and bronze, which is something we've been doing quite a lot recently, so Yeah. Also, weren't we thinking about making pocket watches? Because, let me check. Upstairs. Wait, it wasn't this upstairs, it was the other upstairs. This one. With the building. Actually, let me look at it from the street. Yeah, I want this to be taller anyway. But I think we should do something with that overhang. It doesn't quite look good like this. So, I'm not against having an overhang, but like this looks... We'll have to see. To be fair, we could shave off this part, so at least it doesn't poke out further than the roof here. But even then, even if we do that, I think I'd like to have some kind of archway or something below. That could be nice. Yes, so over here, we're turning all the copper this produces into gold, right? And actually, we're sending it back. Like, we're actually turning it into gold. I'm feeling we might want to maybe have like a priority input for money on top, so we can probably re-inject most of the money that we produce in here. Ooh. Hey, we're getting close to having 1 gold in here. Actually. So yeah, that could be something, right? We could have like a priority merger. No, priority merger actually. Where we have like the money that we send up here. It's over there. And the money that we re-inject from that. And then whatever's left gets turned into gold. I kind of want to... well, it's going to take a while, I think, still. How do I do this? How do I want to do this? I think I could have like a lab stand over here. Maybe lab stands there. So we can have this one. Maybe we can have 2 lab stands actually here. And we can have 2 of these. And one is gonna be the priority input, the other one's gonna be the secondary input. Yeah. And this can become the main money input for the build. Not what I meant. Okay. And then this can feed all the money here. So you're gonna be on the right. And then maybe I want this to be... Ooh, we got a gold. We got a gold coin. Nice. Our very first gold coin. So then maybe this wants to move a little bit further, right? Well, left, technically. Maybe I turn them into silver first? Something like that. You can be on the edge. Right. I think we're going to do this. So you're going to be turning them into silver. Then I want a priority splitter. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. It's fine. I'm going to go up so I can like not have to take a huge amount of space to do that. And then I can have my priority splitter. Priority would be on the bottom here. Yeah, that's fine, I can deal with that. Not entirely sure how I'll deal with that, but we can work with it. We can work with this. And then we can have the bank portal and say that whatever's left becomes gold. Well, actually, let's have it horizontal, actually. Yeah. Because then I can have my cannon on top. Okay. That's a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's a plan. And that's all that matters. I just think it's a little bit stupid that I wasn't reusing whatever we were making internally, because we're probably making less than we're spending, so, you know. No, it's a priority splitter. And so priority goes on top, yes, okay. So then we take this into a cannon. No, I was on the cannon. Why am I here? Too close, damn it! Annoying. Fine, we'll find another way. And I think that other way is gonna be a catapult. I just need to have it straight. This is weird, like this is turning, this is straight. Why is this one turned? Specifically this one. Oh, I have taken the catapults off my hotbar. Okay, so in priority, silver goes over here, gets sent up. And then gets used by the system. Good. And we'll see, maybe we'll make some gold, we could even double this back. Hey, Eileen Light, how are you doing? Welcome in. Entering the chase zone to become 38% more Centagur today. For a grand total of 83%. Not bad. Centagur is good. I like Centagur. Okay. And pretty much we're going to reuse like a lot of this as a component, aren't we? Because here we're making what? This is basically making copper powder and bronze powder. And the top floor is making clay, right? So we don't really need the clay, or do we actually? If we want to be making mats, no, we don't need the clay. But we need the copper and bronze part. Doing well, Sleepy, with intent to lurk. How am I doing? I'm doing well as well. I can't get behind Sleepy. I mean, it is a Sunday. That's what the weekend is for, isn't it? Yes, so we could, or we could work on Pocket Watch, but I think we'll work on Mars right now. That's kind of what I'm more tempted to do. Let's see, how much did we make? Why do I have this potion with a 0 sword? That makes no sense. Like, I don't know how much of this we sold, but whether it's meant to be here or not, it's a bug. That's 100% certain. We bought a lot of stones, so I'm thinking this might have been filling up today. Here. That's what, 700 silver sold, almost 400 spent. That's like a 300 silver profit. That's okay. That's okay. So we're going to need bronze and copper, first and foremost. So we're going to need a half of this build, basically. Which half do I take? Probably this half. Yeah. We're going to copy this and then we're just going to keep what we need, basically. We're going to do some surgery on it and keep what we need. I'm going to need nails, ropes, and a bunch of planks. Okay. Where are my nails? Right here. Planks are over here. And ropes are upstairs. We'll need to rework these actually at some point. This whole section needs to be redone differently, better, more efficiently. But also we have like more fertilizer upgrades and fuel upgrades, so that are coming. So is it really worth the trouble of redoing it just to want to redo it in 2 minutes? That's my problem with this game. It's like, yeah, I want to redo things, but also, what's the point? Okay, so that's a malachite thing, we don't need that. Oops. I think this might be copper. Something like that. We'll see. These can go away. Whatever the output of the entire thing is, we'll rework it anyway. Okay, so this is my bronze output. Well, bronze powder. And my copper output is over there. I see beds over here. Yeah. I remember these. I'm going to need some scaffolding so I can see. Build surgery! Yay! And this, I believe, would be just the clay output. Is there really anything of value going down other than the clay? We're buying the iron upstairs, so maybe we keep this upstairs, but we rip out all the clay parts. What's clay again? Charcoal powder and sand into clay. Right. So all the stone crushers are for the sand. Oh, downstairs I'm also making charcoal powder, aren't I? Right. So maybe we should remove entirely the upstairs and start fresh. I think so. Okay, let's rip off the band-aid. We remove this entire thing. We might want to put something back, but not right now. Let's see. Perfect. And this technically can stay. Okay, so these ones are just there to transform wood into charcoal. That's not required anymore. So we can remove these. Alright. We got a skill point. Nice. What else? What is this for? I think that's just to send iron down. Okay. Yeah. That's good. So here we're making soap that we're transforming into soap powder. We need to feed iron to these. They're making iron powder. And we're mixing the iron sand and the soap powder to make copper powder and impure copper powder. At this moment, the copper powder is getting transformed into copper ingots. And the impure copper powder just comes out here. Okay. So we have something to work with that just makes the copper and bronze, basically. And so copper ingots come out here. Over here we have the fuel input for the entire thing. I don't know why this belt is awkward, so let's redo it. And this would be nutrient, right? So we need to produce fuel and nutrients to feed this center at the moment. And we'll need iron too. Okay, great. So this would make 5 copper per minute, or a copper every 12 seconds, and an impure copper powder every 12 seconds. Why am I in clone mode? No. Before we get too deep into the stuff, Let's just use the research point, and at this point I think we're just going to increase the research. That's all we require at the moment. Okay, so I think we just research Mars. So we're going to need 600 bronze rivets and 300. But basically 2 bronze rivets per second and 1 copper bearing per second. If we want to feed a shaper with Mars. So 1 bronze bearing per second. Is like 1 copper ingot every 24 seconds actually. Okay. So it's a copper powder every 24 seconds. So it's basically like half a build's worth of copper powder. Okay. And we said 2 rivets per second, isn't it? Hey, Mastani, how are you doing? Welcome in. Entering the cheese zone to grab some Roquefort. Nice. Grabbing 25% Roquefort to become a grand total of 131% Roquefort. Good evening. You're eating Roquefort on cheese. Ooh, nice. Very good. Okay, so we need 2 bronze rivets per second to feed the Mars shape. That's correct. If we produce 3 every 12 seconds, that's like 1 every 4 seconds in a machine. Isn't it? Yeah, I think it's 1 every 4 seconds. So we need half a machine, basically. Is that correct? Three every 12 seconds. I produce 1 every 4 seconds. Every 12 seconds I have produced 3. Yes, that's correct. So if I produce 1 every 4 seconds, and I need 2 per second. It means we need 8 machines making bronze rivets? Yeah, we need 8 machines every making bronze rivets. Ooh. Okay. These are processors. So let me sketch a bit. So you're making bronze rivets. Okay. If each of these consumes 5 bronze ingots per minute, so 1 every 12 seconds, isn't it? Yeah, we consume, each of these consumes 1 bronze ingot every 12 seconds. That's gonna be a large build, isn't it? We need 1 impure copper powder. Every 12 seconds. Basically, one of these builds feeds one of these machines, isn't it? So we'd need 8 of these builds? Oh my god. This is intense. That's gonna be an extensive build. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so we need one every 12 seconds per machine. And that's a crucible's worth, basically. So each of these machines needs a crucible making bronze ingots. Okay. We might have to have a dedicated build that works differently than that. I'm thinking. I don't know, I don't really know how to deal with this. This is gonna be huge if we need to do that. Huh. So that's an Athanator's worth for each of these machines of bronze. That's no joke at all. And we said we need one copper bearing per second. Let's put down the shaper maybe. Where is it? Right here. Come back, shaper. So you're making Mars. Also, we have an advanced blender. An advanced assembler. I just want to check, like, what recipes do you have? No recipe at the moment. Okay, so advanced assembler and I assume advanced blender do not have the recipes for the basic one. That's what I wanted to check. It's not like the grinder where the advanced grinder accesses also the recipes for the basic one. But like goes faster at it or something. Already a day? Where has the day gone? Okay, so we have done nothing particular today. So today we made 769, nice. And we've spent 362. So we made 400 profit. Okay. So like on a regular day, we make 400 profit at the moment. Not bad. So one copper bearing per second would be... So each one of these machines makes one every 6 seconds. So we need 6 machines, 6 processors making them. Oops. Okay, so this is 6 of them. That means, let's see, each machine requires 1 copper ingot every 12 seconds, so each machine requires a crucible's worth of copper. Can do. And each machine requires basically half an Athanator's worth, right? Because, yeah, this... No. An Athanator produces 1 copper powder every 12 seconds, right? So a crucible is an Athanator worth of copper. So basically we have like 8 Athanator, and 6 of these are consumed by copper, and we have 2 Athanators left worth of copper that we can't use in terms of this. Okay. And so the rest is basically that. I'm really trying to think how I can compact this. At this point, it might be worth using the slightly less efficient recipes, just because it's gonna be a huge build. Well, it's not less efficient recipes, it's less efficient machines. Like, for example, these crucibles. I prefer these to the advanced crucibles because, like, they do the same job for less heat, right? To make a stackable crucible worth it, it would need to replace, let's see. Ooh, Guppy, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, Guppy and Guppies. What's the raid message? Be very scared. These Guppies are hungry for your entertainment. We occupied Mars and have no enough wells and water to flood our first dome. We also planted a lot of nice leafy things. How is your factory going? Can we trade some potatoes for other snacks? I think we might be able to do a trade, yes? How are you doing? Oh, and thank you, Cobdy, for the 6-month resub. No, actually, no. Yeah, with 6 months resub, but grand total of 9 months. Nice, thank you very much. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? And thank you once again for the raid, Guppy. Who else do I see? So I see a Cody, I see Dino Nuggies, I see a Doran. I see a Guppy, of course. Hey, Fire, welcome in too. Still making an after dinner snack. Oatballs with onion, paprika and walnuts. Oh, that sounds nice. But wife said, drink enough, nerds. And baby Phoenix is just making blah noise. Oh, that's cute. Is baby Phoenix back with you? Well, I suppose they are, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be saying that. No, go ahead, Guppies, go and multiply in his reactors. Well, welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. If you don't know me, if you're new here, I am Alastor, and I play a lot of factory building games, colony building games, these kind of stuff, and also puzzle games. So basically very similar games as Guppy does. So yeah, and today we're playing Alchemy Factory. I've been slightly addicted with this recently. If you are new to Alchemy Factory, if you've not seen it before, let me present it to you. Where's my shop? I'm lost in my own building. So, Alchemy Factory is a game where we are running an alchemy shop. So we are selling like potions and artifacts and like jewelry and stuff like that to customers, and also like more basic things like steel gears, soap, bricks, these kind of things. And so customers come in, grab stuff, and give us money. But you see I'm putting money here on delts. That's because it's being sent back towards the factory. Because we need to produce all these goods, right? So for example, this is our advanced fertilizer build. Over here we have fuel that's being made. Actually, I'm slightly concerned about the fuel supply that we have. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Over on the top, we have a bunch of other stuff. Over here, for example, we are making copper bearings and bronze rivets in this build. So yeah, a lot of different things. We're growing plants sometimes to make stuff. We are smelting stuff in crucibles that we heat up with furnaces, for which we are producing the fuel downstairs. All that kind of stuff, and eventually we send mostly through a series of cannons shooting at each other, things down to the shop, and then we shoot it on the shelves. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing in this game. And over here you can see we have elevators that are sending fertilizer in this case to the rest of the factory, and like fuel and money and all these good things. Yeah, I think we're definitely running out of fuel in the factory. That is a concern. But that's a problem for future me. And so in this side tower that we have over here, we are producing a lot of jewelry related stuff. So this is making diamonds. This entire thing is just to make diamonds. And over here we are making malachite and a little bit of diamond. And then we are making some extra money because we're making copper. And so with this extra money we're attempting to reuse a lot of it. So yeah, that's what we have done the previous days. And so what you see here is us starting to design a new build to make an artifact that is named Mars. We're producing Jupiter right now, and we are going to make Mars. To make Mars, we are going to need copper bearings, bronze rivets, steel gears, and iron nails. But to make these, we need these products at a very, very high rate. We're talking like 1 or 2 per second. And I'm having a bit of a problem with that, because like this entire thing makes 1 copper every 12 seconds and 1 bronze every 12 seconds, basically. So technically we would need like a lot of these. We would need, I think, 8 of these builds to feed this machine. And then we would need to do all the steel and iron stuff on top of that. And that's a lot. That's a huge amount of machinery. So I'm trying to think about if I could compact things a little bit, even if we have it be less efficient. Do you have potatoes on your Mars? Not potatoes. I have a few plants at the moment. Let's see. We can offer flax and sage and red currants and chamomile and shrooms. But I haven't seen potatoes at the moment. But hey, we can allow you to do shrooms if you want. Let's see, I missed a bunch of chat. She has her own room now, and that room and the hallway are baby safe. Ooh, nice. That's very great. You shall actually go now since you're EP. Have a great night, Dino Nuggies. Thank you for popping by. And hey, SPFA, how are you doing? Thank you for a shout out, you're welcome. You're welcome. Always drink enough. I'm a thirsty girl. I mean, what? Fire? If you want to run it at maximum speed, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. I kind of want to run it at maximum speed, but it's gonna be a lot. So let's see. Yeah, so the stackable crucible. So we need on one furnace that consumes 1 P per second, we can fit 3 crucibles, right? And this, and so that requires 4 P per second. So technically, if I want to have a stackable crucible be worth it, it needs to get rid of, what, 2 furnaces per column, so like 6 furnaces? Hey Adrian, how are you doing? How am I? I'm doing great, thank you. Because, so the heat consumption of 6 furnaces worth of crucible would be 6 plus 3 times 4 times 6, right? So 12 times 6, basically like 13 per furnace. So 13 times 6, I don't know. There's no shoutout for Hadrian. Oh yes, I need to do that manually. Sorry, I forgot. Thank you for the reminders, Doran. Here you go. Oh, Screaming Path of Exile. Nice. That's a very difficult game. I didn't have to do that? No, that's fine. I do want to give shoutouts to the streamers in the community, you know? Yeah, I have... Most of the time I have it automated, but like if we have people who are kind of new in the community, sometimes I don't have them in the list yet. Because I need to remember to do it after the stream or to do it immediately. I could do it immediately actually. But then the problem is I need to adjust things in the bot. I've been working on the bot recently, but it's a slow process, you know. Yeah, so I think basically we need to stack them 3 high for it to be worth it. Which would mean that this could probably be replaced by stackable crucibles in a fairly efficient manner. I could replace that, and that wouldn't be a bad thing because this is all to feed soap right here, and basically the soap build is 3 wide. So it could allow me to make the entire soap build 3 wide. I think it's kind of worth it. Though it means an entire redesign of that. Okay. Another thing where we could consider it would be near the Athanator. But is there any point, really? Maybe not. I'm not sure there would be. It's a lot to think about. Yeah, it is. That's a big challenge of streaming. You have just so many stuff that you're trying to juggle with. It's fun, but it is very attention heavy. That's for sure. I wish we could have stackable iron smelters, to be honest. These are the big parts of the build that we need to deal with. Okay, another consideration. We have these... Where are they? Blast furnace? Blast furnace. Right, so we have these that we could use to replace furnaces. One thing I am wondering, yeah, this could work actually. Three, four... Whoop. Oh, we'd need like 3 of them. Ooh. I mean, we can try. See what we end up with. No, I still have... No, yeah, that's fine. That fits. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could have like 14 iron smelters on blast furnaces. That would be something. Okay, let's see the income for today. We have just started making the malachite build work. I mean, just started. We started at the end of last stream, basically. So I want to see how things stabilize in terms of resource consumption and production. How much we sell, how much we buy. Oh, we only sold 1 diamond today. That's surprising, actually. So how much did we make? We made like nearly 600 and we spent nearly 400. So we make like, yeah, we made 200 today. That's not a lot compared to yesterday. Yesterday we made like 400 silver extra. I'm not sure why the difference. Is this progressing? I think yes, but kinda slowly, so that's a good sign because it means most of the money that we're producing in here we're reusing internally. So 14 smelters. could fit on a row of blast furnaces. Interesting. So that would be like 2 builds like this. And then we could have like some crucibles too, perhaps. That's an idea. That's an idea. Though the problem with the crucibles would be that if I want to use stackable ones... let's see. The stackable ones are 3 long. So I can't really like fit them here and have them come out. But on the other hand, because they're so high, I can just stack them. I don't know what to do. What if we want to replace like just the smelting for one of these builds, right? We could imagine having like an Athanator. Feeding directly into crucibles. Okay. That could work. We have the 6 smelters, so that's okay. And then we would want 9 crucibles for the plant ash. That's very doable, right? This is a 2 space. I mean, we can move these all by 1 to the side. And then I can have regular crucibles on top for the last row, because I don't need to transmit the heat upwards, and so it's a slight optimization. And I assume I can have belts on top, yeah. Okay, so this entire unit replaces all the furnace of this unit. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 basically. We have 11 furnaces in here, and we replaced them by 2 blast furnaces. How does that work out? That consumes like 8p per second instead of 11. The stackable crucibles are prettier. Yeah, I mean... I would tend to agree, but also, like... they're 1.5 times the heat, you know? So if I don't need them, why should I use them? Basically. If they were the same heat consumption, I would definitely use them instead. And so yeah, that's the thing too, right? For each of these we add like 2 extra consumption. So that's like 12. So what did I say? We have 11 for the furnaces. And we consume 8. So we have gained 3, but we have consumed 12 extra for the stackable crucibles. So we lost 9 overall. And I don't think there's a way to get any better than that. I mean, 9p per second isn't that bad considering if we can make things a lot more compact. I'm not against it. Alright. Then, so these produce 10 iron ingots per minute. So 1 every 6 seconds. And we need to grind it down into iron sand. And so a grinder does 1 every 30 seconds. Basically we make 1 per second here. So we'd need 30 grinder or 15 advanced grinders for these. So I suppose we want to fit the 15 advanced grinders underneath that. And do I fit my soap powder underneath that too? Probably. Which is gonna be interesting to think about. So, well, I could have like nursery, maybe like that with a lab stand on top. And then have this entire thing like with metal stand on top of it too. How do I manage that? I'd like to copy this. Just this slice. That's not gonna go well because I need more iron. Okay? can do. No, this is steel. Iron is right here. Where do I do this? I don't have that much space. Yeah, sure. I can move around that, that's fine. And then most of it is gonna get removed, actually. No, not the entire floor, please. Most of it, yes, but not that much of it. Okay, so this is nutrients. I think that's my output for... I don't remember what. Right, so we had grinders tucked beneath, and these were for the iron sand, these ones, and these ones were for the soap powder. So we could very much have this slice be like right next to this for the most part. Of course, we'll need to deal with the plant ash at some point, we'll see. So let's assume we have like 2 nurseries. One for like the sage, one for the flax. I just don't want to grab these elevators. This part we can figure out later. Oh my god. Game is absolutely freaking out. It's fine. I need a bit of glass, please. Yeah, just that. As we're setting glass panes flying across the factory. No worries, I'm sure they won't get blown out. Oh my god. What are you doing, game? Seriously. Okay. Good, good. So if I were to have like a lab stand on top of any of that, it would be lower. And also it wouldn't cover the entire thing. Can I have any form of lab stand on top of these machines? No. I cannot, apparently. Good to know. And so we'll need the plant ash to come inside of this. Technically we could have the blenders go one further, and it would allow me space to bring the plant ash down in the middle. That would be an idea that we could work with. Not necessarily a bad one, even. Let's try it. Like this. And then I take a pipe. And I connect to here. And so over here we can have an elevator. That's like coming down from wherever. And then we spread the plant ash to these, right? So we have linseed oil and plant ash coming in. That's all good. And on top of this, we can have a lab stand, I believe. Oh, come on. And then if I take the lab stand with a hole in the center, we could have it right here. So that would give support to this whole thing. Or to whatever's on top. For example, a blast furnace kind of build. Okay. And so then we need like 15 grinders, we said. Plus 3 actually. We need the 3 grinders that come out of the blender. Well, technically we could have advanced grinders. Hang on. So this... one soap every 3 seconds. No, that's sound. Soap powder, yeah, grinder does one every 6 seconds. So yeah. We need one advanced grinder to grind one machine. Or enhanced grinder, whatever. Okay, so these could deal with the output of these machines. And that would be my ground soap output. And so if we go 3 wide, we could have... I'm missing steel gears now. So, let's go grab a few. Oh man. We're not producing enough fertilizer either. Though I think we're pretty close to enough. To be fair. Let's see if we did better on... Wow, what? Wow, words. What did I do with my voice here? Yeah, let's see if we did better financially today. Only 2 diamond sword? Huh. What's going on? Am I having reputation issues because I researched Mars? It's possible. Let's see, we made like 400, 6,500. So we made like almost 300 profit. It's not bad. No, my reputation is at 100%, so that's fine. Yeah, we might need more fertilizer and more fuel. Oh my god. This factory is so hungry. No, we're making it ever hungrier. To be fair. Okay, let's see. So this is my 15 grinder. Can I possibly tuck that in without interfering with other stuff? Not really. I'd probably need at least 2 or 3 more space in here. Or I could go one higher, but I don't really want to go one higher. In terms of depth, what are we doing here? So this is like probably like 12, 13 deep at the moment. Hello, game. Okay, so we can go like 3 more depth technically than this. Let's see this. Let's move this half of the build for now. I forgot the pipes. Let's not forget the pipes. And I did a copy instead of a cut. Yeah, I'm really good at this game. Well, for now, let's go there. Though, I could maybe like increase the depth by 1 whatever I do. Actually, how wide is this? Yeah, this is 6 wide. Okay. The entire build, of course, is going to be have to be at least 2 wider than that. Yeah, we can deal with that. We can absolutely deal with that. I'm just thinking if I make it just slightly longer, I can just have these at the exit of this and be done with it. And that makes it so much easier to work with. I think that's what we're going to do. So we place these right here. I'm going to need like beams on top of the blenders anyway. And then probably this nursery needs to go on this side. There's the open question of like how I fit the stuff. but we can think about this. And so this column of grinding can be like below the Athanator, basically. So it brings its iron sound out. How do I do this? Well, I do have the depth to do whatever I need to, really. Because we'll have to merge all of these. What I could have could be something like that. And then at the top we could have something like this. So you go there. Yeah, I think that should work. Let's test it. Okay, so these merge with what's below and go further up. Alright. We obviously are going to require lapstones on top of that. And so we could basically have the Athanator on top of this. Well, it's going to need to go further up, but you see what I mean. And then the other input from the Athanator could be right here. And would be the soap powder that is going to have to come from over there. So is there really any point in having... I'm really thinking about getting all of these elevated by one, so we can have like the soap powder or even the grinders below that. And we can have the nutrients go below. It would make things a lot easier. And we have tons of space here. What can we do with that? I mean, we could have the purchasing portal for the iron over here. That wouldn't hurt. This is going to feed... Let's see... one Athanator. Produces 1 copper and 1 bronze every 12 seconds, right? So it's basically 1 processor's worth of copper and 1 processor's worth of bronze. So we could definitely have like the rivets and bearings processors in here. Hey Kaz, how are you doing? Welcome into the cheese zone, getting 39% more mozzarella today for a grand total of 68%, almost nice. You need to get 1% more next time. Challenge. The problem with this is it's not very easy to work with in terms of shape. I mean, what I could do... I suppose I could have this further up, like over here, and then maybe I bring like the copper and bronze with belts over here, like this could be a copper and a bronze belt or whatever, and then I bring them back down there. That could work. And so basically my iron output is funneled all the way over there. Yeah, that could be a thing. Let's figure out actually the input for these, because that's gonna be important. You know, right? Yeah. How are you doing, Kaz? Happy Sunday. Happy to see you. I know it's not your favorite type of games that we play on the channel. I swear I'm not going to play just this forever. I swear. You're starting a new job tomorrow. Oh, nice. Is it close to, like, your previous stuff? Is it somewhere you've worked before? Or is it entirely new? Okay, yeah, so we could have the iron something like that. And then this would be able to take the iron from wherever it comes from. I'm almost thinking... Well, technically... I don't know, because we still need to have something that goes over this. Actually, would a table work here? A platform or whatever? Not quite. Not quite. And, I mean, this would work, but this is way too wide. And I can't have stands on top of that. So it's a bit of a conundrum. I can have beams, of course. Let's say this would be 4 wide actually, so I would need to have my beams start here and be 5 long beams. I could have something like this, but then how do I bring the iron in here. I mean, I can bring it from the side, but that's just one side. How do I merge in the iron from the other side is kind of the question here. It's kind of the open question. Unless I make this whole thing one taller again. Or I could have it come from underneath, actually. That's actually not a bad idea. I could have my iron come underneath and then maybe here at the top. Like we can revert the top belt and merge with the elevator. If we are going to elevate the entire thing anyway, that doesn't cost much. Okay, so that can be done. And then we have two machines, two processors that we want to make work in this space. One of them, of course, being bronze rivets and the other copper. Do I want them like this, or do I want them on top of one another? It's a new school, but it could be your forever school, as it's a temporary to permanent job. Oh, nice. Well, hopefully that works out. That's exciting. Fingers crossed. I'm even thinking here, maybe we just put the copper and the bronze on the same belt. And we sort it at the bottom here. That way we have one less belt to deal with. Right? That could be a thing. That is not a bad idea. I kinda like this idea, even. Yeah, let's do that, maybe. So we can have a lab stand. Then bronze rivets. So we just have one belt here. I'm kind of stuck in between these two things. Hang on, I can move this. Oop, apparently I can't, because it's the end of the day. Let's see. Still 6 of these a day. I feel like the diamond production has gone down. I don't know why. Okay. That's easier to work with. Let's see. So we're going to want a filter splitter, which is going to allow us to filter whatever's coming from this belt and send it to these two machines. I think I'm just going to leave a little bit of space here. We can't have it like right next to this, because, well, we need to bring stuff down and we can't have the input at the top. We don't mind having like one on top of the other. I'm stuck. Okay, I managed to unstuck myself. So, the yellow is whatever we filter, if I remember well. Is there anywhere I can check this? Where do I use filter splitters even? I mean, I can check it right here, to be fair. But I'm pretty sure it's whatever the yellow arrow comes out as the filtered output. So I'm filtering out planks. If I drop off planks in here, yep, it comes out on the yellow arrow. Perfect. So yellow arrow is the filtered output. So that means if I want bronze on top, I need to filter bronze ingots. Easy enough. Oh my god. And then can do that. And maybe an elevator right here. Alright. And so this can be tucked inside here. The only problem with that is that I'm not using this space because, well, this would be conflicting with this, right? And I would need, like, to have an elevator right here. How about instead... So we have a 3 wide space right here. How about instead we have a horizontal filter right here, and then we bring the stuff down to wherever it needs to go. Well, to be fair, we could even have a horizontal filter right here. Why didn't I think of that? So bronze comes out right here, copper comes out right here. Hey, that works. And then lab stand, too high. We don't even need to go wider. Like this, okay. So we say that this is gonna be bronze right here. Okay. Can do. So bronze over there. And then the copper over here. And then, of course, I need a lab stand. Can put stuff on top of this. Okay. Technically, I'm still not using this space, but whatever. I don't feel like I need to at the moment. So this comes out on top. Or can come out on top. To feed this. Yeah, I need to deal with the soap, the ground soap, to bring it to where it needs to go. How do I do that? Technically, I could have an elevator right here if this goes higher. Oh, I mean, technically this could go lower. Let me try something. And that's not gonna work actually. But like, could I have a lab stand right here? Is my question. Not here, but I could have a lab stand here. That's an interesting prospect. Because if instead of doing that with the pipe, let's see. So I'm not doing this with the pipe. If instead I was doing this, and then no, not this. Oh my god. I don't know what this is doing. Okay. So if instead I did that, and then something like this. No, why are you going further down? Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Okay, we good? I think we're good. Can I place it right here? Yes. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, no, we could lower these lab stands and have beams right on top of here. Let's go. Question. Can I now hide this without having to do weirder shenanigans? This is overlapping. That's a problem. Okay, so then maybe this is an issue. Okay. ID. I have had a bad ID. I don't even know how I'm going to make things work for it, but we'll figure something. We'll figure out something. I mean, no, I have IDs. Help. I have IDs, that's dangerous. Okay, so how about we remove these? Right. We're going to move this entire thing. What? What did I just click? I do not know. So we can have potentially something like this here. Ooh, we have ad break. Okay, well, before I finish testing my ID, we're going to take a quick break. 5 minutes break. And I'm going to go grab more coffee, right? So, see you all in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back. Okay, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Let me change the scene. Of course, every time I tab out, the music cuts out. Okay, so let's finish testing this, shall we? Thank you for the welcome back, Plane. Alright, so... what I like with this idea... actually not even this. What I really like with this idea is that we can go straight from the extractors to the blenders, right? And we could even optimize it a little bit better by just having one connection between like this block and this block instead of two. So I think that looks nice. And now I have the grinder coming out here. Yep, end of the day. Hey, thank you, Kaz. Let's see, in terms of diamonds, how are we doing? We might want to have a look at the shop. Oh, we sold 3 diamonds today. That's not bad. And that makes a big difference, right? Because a diamond is 100 silver, so that makes a huge difference to sell 1 more diamond. In terms of earnings. Yeah, we have a cost of what, 600, 700, and like a bit more than 700 in terms of earnings, and we have a revenue of an expense of 350. So that's like 350 of net revenue. That's not bad. Okay, so we can have this. That works. Uh-huh. Well, there is a problem of how do we get the soap powder out. That said, this entire build is going to have to be one wider on that side. So that's not necessarily a complicated question. It can just be like, hey, it just comes out on this side, right? A slightly more complicated one is how do we cover this entire thing? I don't think a stand is going to work. So then maybe we could have this like one further, to be fair. I mean, first of all, we could move this entire thing one further. And then we could have like this little part one further apart. So let's see, what if we do... we move this by 2 and then we move this by 1. Oh, but that would make the other part more awkward. Like it makes the filter splitter thing not work. This can move by 1. Yeah, this can move by 1. No, it can't, because then how do I feed the nutrients? right? I need to have a nutrient input somewhere in there. Which does actually raise a few questions in terms of... Like, I mean, yeah, that works better, but it doesn't solve the issue of, hey, I need to bring something in the middle of here. And how do I deal with that? But if I did that, I could have at least a metal stand, like over here, and possibly this could go one further back in. Still doesn't solve this problem though. All of these are used with belts. Is the issue? And while yes, I could have a belt come on top, then how do I cover the blenders? Because here I can have lab stands to this, so we can have like beams on top of the blenders. That's still a possibility. Well, you see what I mean. It would need to go one further, but anyway. But that doesn't solve this issue. I could technically have the pipe be on this side, but it doesn't change the problem because we still have this pipe over here, oh man, that's a difficult issue. And we can't really set this entire thing one higher. Because then how do I build stuff on top of these blenders at this level if I can't have pipes on top? Okay, one idea could be to shift this. Possibly. But then the problem with that... I mean, we're going to need to have things one further here anyway. Maybe even two. Because now that I'm thinking about it, how do I... How do I get the materials to all the levels here? Right, I'm going to need elevators between different levels. Is what I'm going to require. And I mean, yes, I can have like one elevator right here to the side. I think we have enough space technically that we could do it without going one further this direction. Okay, so if we made things work two further, can we make the things work two further? Is an open question. Let's see. Because if we can make things work right here, then we can possibly turn this one to the side. Like this. And then use elevators to distribute to the side here. So like elevator up, and then we do whatever we require right here. And so then we can bring in the nutrients right here. So that's a possibility. Let's reconnect the pipe and see if we can work out the supports. So this input is what again? Oh yes, this input is coming from here. Yeah. We will need to figure that out, but yeah, we can probably figure out something. I assume it's going to involve coming from the side though. So we would ideally want to just have supports right here, right? That's all I'll require, I think. Shouldn't be too hard, because I can totally do that. Yeah, I think that's pretty easy. Oh, but the problem is these ones then. Uh-huh. How do I cover this? Can I cover this? Of course, no blocks go on top of this. Oh man. Might actually be difficult then. Because if I can't do this... Oh, I have an ID. I think I have an ID. Okay, so let's work things out the other way. Let's assume we have to have support like that, right? So then can we have lab stands right here next to it? Yes, we can. This is not far enough, but we can have lab stands on top of that. So at the end of the day, it's not too big of a problem. Because then we can have beams on top of this. Okay. Okay, that's working out. Slowly but surely. Is there anything I can do in this space? I don't think so. It's almost a shame I can't compact this by moving this one in, but like we have elevators right here that would interfere with the nutrients input. We could almost move these right here. Maybe not, actually. No, because if we did, the output would be against that block. I mean, I could, technically. Because the output being against that block, it could become a lab stand and... It's not a bad idea. Is there a point to that? Not necessarily, though. Right, well, let's see. Other than that... What else is there that I need to do? I do have an issue with... Okay, so I have ground soap right here. How do I bring it to the other side? It needs to go to like one of these two inputs. And the other one being this elevator. So that elevator, that's easy. Because we can easily like take this belt and move it along or whatever. Whoop, sorry. What did I do here? This output, however, is slightly more difficult. Not exactly sure what to do with it. How do I get things across? I could make things one wider, and then I could easily do that. I mean, technically, if I can bring this in... No, I can't bring this in. That's my whole issue. I can't replace any of these beams by something else. I could replace some of the support structures, but that doesn't really help a lot. I suppose I could do something differently here with that. And then that would leave me space. Like if I had it vertical... Then I could have soap come out here on top, for example. That's a thought. I think that's what I have to work with here. That's probably my best option. Well, let's see. I have a bunch of space. I do. And I could have these be on the outside rather than be on the inside. So, let's remove that. I have to say it's gonna be a significantly more compact version of this build, so I'm pretty happy with that. Because if we need to have 8 of them, like, we'd rather have it as compact as we can, right? Okay. So... I mean, yeah. Come on, game. Well, I suppose it's as good as a time as any to pour that coffee that I made during the break. It's been infusing for a little bit. Gotta keep hydrated, right? Let's see. Hey, not too bad a day. Not too bad. Ooh, that's hot. So my main problem here is that this space is too wide. Well, it's not wide enough, basically. Oh, that said, if I flip these buildings, then I could have this space be 3 wide. That's probably my best option, actually. So if I do this, I have a filter splitter right here. I probably want a block right here so I can elevate down. Right. So stuff comes over there. Good, good. Then let's see, if we filter bronze, for example, that means bronze is gonna be on top. No, I'm not filtering seeds, please. Bronze ingots, so bronze is gonna be on top. So I'm going to want copper at the bottom. Flipped like that. Yep, yep. Exactly. Then the lab stand, and then on top, of course, bronze. Just needs a belt. And a little lab stand. Okay, so we have our bearings and our rivets. That's all good. And so then we can use that space to go and transfer the soap. Okay. Oh. Actually... Yeah. This can't be an elevator. But on top of it, it can be. So we'll need to bring a lot of things across. We'll need to bring nutrients, we'll need to bring the soap powder back here. And we'll need to bring plant ash from somewhere over here down to this. And of course we'll need to bring like the ingot from the top to the bottom over here, but that's fairly secluded, right? My main concern here is, let's say we want like nutrients coming in here and arriving here. We have something that's coming out right here. So how do I deal with that? And we have something that's coming in right here too. And that's going to come from the top. Technically, this could come from the top wherever, so it can stay right here. But then it means that, like, I need to get things across it, right? So that's where this space can be useful, because it can allow me to, like, change height of something without interfering with something else. It could be this one, actually, even. That could be helpful. But this belt and this belt need to come across each other somehow. That's my big concern. Hey Hebe, how are you doing? Grabbing some brie from the cheese zone. Ooh, nice, 23% brie. Getting you to 378% brie. Ooh, getting close to that 400%. Nice. How is it going? How is your Sunday? Nom 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 nom. Actually, that's something I was thinking about doing in terms of SFX. Having like an SFX that plays when somebody enters a cheese zone. I think I'm going to do that. I need to record it. I need to do a little recording session for it. So let's see here. If I take... It just brings it up by 1. It's not a lot. That's not gonna be enough even, I think. Because it would still mean that all the sides would be used. Okay, how about... we can bring the nutrients above this. Okay. Let's try that. So soap powder comes right here. Gets elevated over there. And so here we can have the nutrients come about here. Go above. And then they can be circulated below. Uh-huh. And then finally they come out here. And so this is the plant ash that needs to come from somewhere at the top. We can have an elevator right here. Something like that. And so you can be a plant ash belt. Hey, I think that works. Why did I grab this? No idea. You spent the last 2 hours trying to decipher Victorian-era sewing instructions and wishing they had written it for complete idiots. Ooh. What are you going to be sewing from the Victorian era? Like a corset or something? Or a dress? What could it be? And to be fair, I don't know much about the clothing from the Victorian era. So I may be sounding like a complete idiot right now. Like, no, you idiot. They weren't using that at the time. A waistcoat to go over your tailored shirt. Oh, nice. They were big on corsets. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, the famous corsets you could barely breathe in. I think I'm going to replace this by a beam just because I prefer the color. And we can have a beam right here too. Oh wait. No. Didn't we want to bring in... Hang on. Where did I send the stuff? Oh, I sent it to the wrong place. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. This is my... Oh, that's not gonna work then. Because this needs to be... the ingots. This needs to be the ingots. And they come from the side here. Oh my god. No, that doesn't work at all. Wait, so my soap powder comes out here. Some women did tight lace, but they were mostly the ones the rest of polite society looked sideways at, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's assume like this is soap powder right here. Corsets were basically underwear and everyone wore them from the highest class to the lowest class, and those people had to actually work in them, so they were made to be comfortable. Okay, so you didn't have just like the very uncomfortable ones. I see. In one of the labs I worked at, I had a colleague who was wearing corsets basically every day. It looked great, to be fair. I love the look of corsets, but yeah. It's not very popular. Okay, how can I do this? How on earth can I do this? This is tight. This is very, very tight to work with. And like, it's complicated because it's hard to even go higher. I suppose I could go like one higher here. No, I couldn't. I mean, I could bring the ingots from one higher on this level, but right above that is going to be the blast furnaces. And if I try to go too high, then I have the fuel inputs. Unless I do the fuel on this side, actually that might be an idea. Oh, because I didn't consider it from the get-go, so it would mess things up. Also, how do I get iron across? I forgot about that question. I was like, yeah, that's easy because I can have things one lower, but I'm not doing something underneath anymore, so no, I don't know anymore. Oh no. I need to feed iron over here and I have no idea how I could... I don't know. I was thinking maybe I could go above the crucible. That might be it. Maybe I can go above the crucibles. But then I'm also going to need to feed iron ore somewhere at some point. Oh my god. You used to have a corset to help with your back injury and it was quite comfy even though it wasn't a medical one. Okay. The very uncomfortable ones were made... were the exception to the rule. Yeah, okay, I see. You were too worried to write it out and quote it. Maybe you did it anyway. Hi, Infinity. Like Hebe wouldn't. Of course Hebe would. Okay, so is it... That's a topology problem we're having right now. Is it topologically possible to have... like two belts, three belts cross each other in this way? I'm not convinced it is. In which case we might have to do the entire thing one longer. Just so it becomes possible. You can always be counted on to make lewd remarks. To be fair, I was the one who said it. Yeah, but when I said it, it wasn't lewd. I merely pointed it out, which is completely innocent. I have remarks about Hibi's innocence. Do you like this line of thinking? I don't know, I'm not sure that flies. I'm not sure Hibi's innocence holds up to closer inspection. You don't think it holds up to inspection from afar? Exactly. Hey, not bad, not bad. Okay, let's remove this entire thing. It didn't work. So, let's try that again. I'm going to have like iron ingots coming in here from up top. Actually, how am I going to do that if I'm going to have the fuel? It's gonna have to be one wider, isn't it? I think we just have to accept that it is one wider and be done with that. Or one longer. It can be one longer if we want to. Maybe I'd prefer it to be one longer. Like this is 6, 7, 8 wide. It can be one wider. I don't quite know. If I make it one longer, it solves the issue of the iron. Though we might be able to solve it in other way too. But then... Then what do I do? Oh, actually, yeah. Then I could have the ingots come out to the side and like come down, for example, from this side. Which then means I don't have to deal with the ingots on this side. And then I can just have the same thing that I did have, but without the ingots. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's fair. Which incidentally means we could have like the iron come out here. But then I come back to the same ish. No. No, actually it wouldn't work because this would be too many things at once coming out through here. Or it would need to go one higher too. Well, I don't know. Okay, for now, let's remove this. And then we can have, I don't know, we can have a belt right here. We can worry about that later. So these are the ingots. You're gonna head off to bed. Have a great bed. Oh my god, can't pronounce even the word bed. Have a great night, Hebe. Okay, so let's do this. This is my soap powder. Comes out here. Then nutrients. Come over here. Uh-huh. So what I'm wondering, is there a way I could compact this? I don't think so. So I really think here what I need to do is have an elevator right here. This could be further, but it would change a thing. And then our elevator for the plant ash over here. And of course, a lab stand. And then a beam. Astor is so opposed to lying in his bed he can't even pronounce the word anymore. Took you a while to write. I am not opposed to lying in bed, I'm opposed to going in bed. That's different. Then once I'm in there, I have trouble waking up. Okay, maybe we could... Maybe we could do something in here. Maybe we could have things go across each other in here. Technically. And that would help slightly. Because then they wouldn't have to come across each other here, and so we could possibly like have more space to work out this issue right here. Could we? Maybe not. That's actually relatable. Have I tried putting a superconducting ring under my bed? What for? And how would I do that? I don't have easy access to niobium. No to cryogenic production. I'm just trying to... think if I can possibly have the iron come across like this way. Probably not, honestly. Probably not. We could always do something around here. Okay, let's just try to at least test this system before we try to be even more clever about it. Well, I'd prefer them to be on the same level, to be honest. Just for aesthetics. From an aesthetic standpoint, this looks better, I feel. And then maybe you can have, I don't know, this and that. And this can be my output. Okay. We have a space inside here that needs to be filled up. Maybe this one can actually be a tall one. Because then maybe we can transition white stones. Yeah. Okay. We'll just need to finally have blocks right here. And a beam. And then this can go right here. Okay, okay. This is taking shape. This is taking shape. Oh my god. This is a difficult build to make. This is probably your most involved build to date, to be fair. Like, it gets even more compact with these kind of designs. And so, the more compact, the harder, generally. We're going to say the cooling and power consumption might be more of a problem than just the material and the bigger danger. I mean, power consumption would be expensive and cooling would be expensive. Bigger danger? I don't know. Not necessarily. Maybe if it's dangerous, it's more exciting to go to bed that way. It's not that it's not exciting, the problem. The reason I have trouble, like, going to bed is not because I don't want to, it's because I forget to do it. And I don't feel tired pretty much ever. No, I do sometimes, but like I have to be pretty exhausted to feel tired. Okay, so this one's gonna be soap powder. You were reminding of that comic strip, gravity on Earth, 9.81 meter per second squared, gravity in bed, under blanket, 999.81 meters per second squared, levitating with a superconductor might lessen that a bit. I don't... Is that an XKCD? It feels like it might be an XKCD, but I don't remember it. It's his type of jobs anyway. Not XKCD. Got it off Twitter back in the day, but in similar vein. It's not, there must be one about it. Yeah, I don't know. It is the type of jokes I could absolutely imagine him doing. Okay, so... no. Wrong one. Although it would be fun. We can have belt here. So we can distribute stuff right here. How do I deal with that? Do I do lapstones? What do I do? Hey, est-ce que vous... Oh, I didn't notice. It wasn't. You have the same color on my screen, both of you and both you and Infinity. So my brain was like, yeah, that's Infinity saying that. How are you doing? And one about the near XKCD joke experience, maybe, possibly. Hey Sven, how are you doing? Welcome in. If he hasn't commented on it himself, people have poked him about making a what if episode on it or such. I don't know about a what if. I don't feel like this would be a good topic for a what if. What if is better if it destroys the universe? In the process of answering the question. Right, so... Whoop. Not that great tonight, but you may do, yeah. Hugs. This one. Oop, I'm in caps lock though. Here we go. Feel like a gravity of 999.81 is a good start at destroying at least some things? I don't know. I mean, it would collapse a lot of buildings, that's for sure. It would reduce... I mean, no. It would just mean you have a denser Earth. So, what would it change? I don't know that it would change that much. If you change it immediately, I suppose it breaks things. But like life would evolve under a higher gravity. Pretty easily, it wouldn't look exactly the same. But I don't feel like it would be fundamentally impeding it, if you see what I mean. Ooh, Sven grabbing some Gouda from the cheese zone. Nice. 23% Gouda. First time you're getting Gouda too. Is there a what if on the perfect pressure for hugs? How would you formulate that? Or like a how-to? Maybe a how-to. Maybe a how-to, but a what if? It's the same thing, right? I don't see how you would formulate the question to make an interesting what if. I feel like when he selects a question for a what if, it has to be kind of a ridiculous scenario. Basically. How to make a hug should be a nice one, yeah. If the gravitational constant was such that gravity was 999.81 meters per second square, what would structures like solar system look like? Yeah, but that's the thing, it's not a what if, right? It's not a what if is the formula of what if is what if we changed this? What would happen then, right? What if we did that? What would happen? So maybe what if, like, the gravitational constant suddenly shifted from 9 meters per second squared to 999 meters per second squared, then yes, that would be a valid question for a what if scenario. Now, is the consequence catastrophic enough that it would make for an interesting answer? I'm not entirely sure. With a complete suit for perfect equal pressure? I don't know. Would the hug be better if it was perfect equal pressure? Would that make a hug better? Or would it make it worse? Isn't part of the hug the fact that, like, you can feel the person hugging you, so you can feel a pressure point, right? Otherwise, it's just increased pressure, and like if you ever go diving, increased pressure doesn't feel any different because it's all over your body. You don't feel a difference, really. Hang on, did I misplace that? I feel like I went the wrong direction on this elevator. Okay, and then I can go one further. Okay, so this is fed. We need to bring the plant ash over here. Oops. You really love weight blankets, so maybe it's not a human hug but a physics hug. Yeah, but even the weight blanket, it's weighing on top of you, right? So like you feel the pressure of it on top of you. It's not like something that's equal everywhere. If it's just an increase in pressure, you don't really feel any different. Or at least I don't. I can't talk for everybody, but... Okay, so we have iron coming out here. So one of the questions we do want to solve is we have iron coming out on this level, and we want to bring it... What does the iron come in? I lost my iron input. Help? Wait a minute. Is that... Did I mess this up? What did I do here? this is my iron output. The heck did I do? Right, so here you take the soap and you bring it here. Okay, so my iron powder. Comes over here. Okay, we got this, we got this. So this is my iron input. So here, yep, this interacts. Okay, okay. So now I need to bring the iron with this. So I could just replace this elevator, bring it from this level, and then we'd be done with it, right? The challenge here is there any way to take this iron and bring it to the other side? Also, another thing I kind of forgot here. Right, we have to bring the ingots from here to here. So maybe I might as well just have my iron come here and go around and go over there, right? Maybe I can just have this be an elevator. From here, for example. Six. Alright. I am going to need a box. So this collects the ingots and sends it down to the processing. Ooh, I missed some chat, didn't I? Hang on. What did I miss? There are pressure cradles at some post simulation suffering people. The original who built it was thought to be autistic for what it was considered at the time. It's very comforting and simulation reducing, and it has been called a hot cradle. Might be a candidate. Been speculated that the type effect on standing treatment cradles is similar or the same. The tie effect on what? I'm not sure what you meant here, Infinity. That the effect on cows standing in treatment cradles. I don't know what a treatment cradle for cow is. I think is the question. I need to find out if those were actual names of those things. Pressure cradles stands to calm cows while you treat them or shave their hooves, which has been known for a long time. Yeah, but like these pressure cradles is it like omnidirectional pressure, or is it like pressure like from the sides or something, right? Because it's very different changing the pressure of your environment and pushing on the sides or pushing on top. If the pressure of your entire environment changes, we're mostly made of water, we're incompressible. And so it doesn't change pretty much anything. The only thing it changes is the way gases dissolve in your blood, basically, and your organism in general. If you change, for example, the air pressure, or if you run the water, if you change the water pressure, then like it's omnidirectional, and so you don't have a pressure point that you feel. Very much, if that makes sense. So what I'm saying is, yes, like having something that pushes on top of you might feel good and calming and soothing, but it's a very different situation than like being under pressure. It's adjustable variously, usually mostly from the sides and a little from the bottom. Been used for a long time. Been well adapted to where cores appreciate the pressure. Yeah. Okay, so I need my iron right here. Where do I bring it around? And then we'll need to think about the iron ore. So maybe it's worth it to just have a little floor on top. We could pretty easily do that. Oh my god. So this is 6 wide. And this is 9 long. What are my beam lengths again? 3, 5. How much is that? 10, I think. So this is too short for that. And this one would be 18. And how long is this entire thing? Not long enough for an 18 long beam. It's 15 long. Oh gosh. That won't work. Okay, can I have... Let's see. So this could work. This could work. Oh. I mean, maybe. maybe I'm onto something here. Because I could go on top and come back down here. It still doesn't answer how the heck do I get the iron ingots. But it does get me slightly closer to the answer. I can have like a purchasing portal somewhere on top or even like around here. That's the kind of things that can be done. Yeah. Okay. So let's put down the fuel line. I think I can just have a 5 beam here. Yep. And maybe a 3 beam over there. Do gas-filled cavities in the body compress, like spaces in the abdomen, lungs do obviously. Can maybe help that from the outside, if the pressure gets too large for them. Presume you really have other problems already. Does their volume change so you're much more wondering about cavities that aren't directly accessible? Well, most cavities in the body aren't gas-filled, is the thing. So yes, gas-filled cavities, most of them are connected to your lungs, right? So if you like in a apnea type of situation, where you're breathing, well, you're not breathing a gas supply, right? You have whatever's in your lungs and that's it. Then your lungs are gonna compress and they're going to adjust the pressure inside these cavities so the air inside is the same as the environment outside, right? So overall, these like more not flexible cavities, like sinuses, etc., are not gonna change volume. But the pressure inside them is going to be changed by adjusting the volume of your lungs. If you're breathing gases, the gas you're breathing has to be at the pressure of the environment. And so then, well, the answer becomes trivial, right? It's just nothing changes volume, you function at fixed volume, you just change the pressure of whatever's inside you. So that's a like scuba diving type of situation. No, if you're talking about like abdomen, etc., there isn't like air inside your abdomen. Maybe in your intestines a little bit, but mostly it's just tissues. And that, like, whatever little air is inside there, yes, would compress. But that wouldn't change much. I'm thinking here maybe we do the iron on this side so that we keep a lane available for Or do we do it on this slice, actually? Maybe we do it on this slice so we get 2 spaces? Available for a purchasing portal. Or even like we could have like a purchasing portal right here. Yeah, because let's see. If we say have an elevator right here. There are very few cavities in the abdomen that can get gas filled without outside access. I mean, yeah, there's gonna be gas, right, in your... like in your intestines, for example. Due to digestion or whatever. But it's not gonna be a huge amount to begin with. And even then, like it's just gonna compress and that's it. Purchasing word? Wait, what? What did I say? I don't know what I said, but... but not this. Or maybe I did, and then, like, it wasn't meant to be. You didn't mean his intestines? Yeah, then the rest I don't know much about. But, like, even if there is gas inside, it's just going to change volume and that's it. When I placed the table... I have no idea what I said. I have no remembrance. Okay, so a purchasing portal. Is purchasing portal perhaps what you heard? I could have this one higher and then bring the stuff below it. What is that? So this is a purchasing portal. What it does is that we send money inside it on one side. So we send money in here with a belt or whatever. And then we configure it to buy a material and the material comes out the other side. So it purchases stuff. So that's what you see over there, right? And so we have wood coming out here, we have iron ore coming out here, and so I'm sending silver coins in them every time to buy whatever my base needs. That's what allows you to complete the loop, right? So you produce your materials, you send them to the shop, customers go to the automated cash machine, they pay, and then you need to use this money that you got to buy stuff, right? So I put the money on belts, and then these belts come alongside the top here, and so here you see this cannon is sending money to this build. Can I roll inside perhaps? No, I cannot, but you can see like this belt with silver on it, and you can see silver get shot across. And so this money is being sent, where's my purchasing portal in here? Over here. And is buying rotten logs in this case, right? And I have another one that's buying, well, right here actually, that's buying limestone. So yeah. And so that completes the loop, like from buying materials, fabricating the materials, bringing stuff to the shop, customers give us money back, and then we automatically purchase to feed the builds. So we purchase the raw materials, and all the intermediate steps we have to do ourselves. That's the limitation. Time for bed. Big day tomorrow. Till next time. Hey, have a great night, Sven. Thank you for being here. So here, this build is going to need to buy iron for the iron smelters. And is going to need 2 supplies from other builds, a supply of fuel to run all the heat-based stuff to run the blast furnaces, and an input of fertilizer to make the plant grow. That's gonna be my 3 inputs for the build. And so for the iron, I want a purchasing portal, so my 3 inputs can be fuel, fertilizer, and money. And the purchasing portal is 2x3, so I'm trying to see where I can fit it. Ideally, I'd like this not to be much higher, because I could like have beams on top of this, like 1 higher, I think, or even maybe directly on top. Yeah, 1 higher. So I could have... Hang on. I could have beams at this level on top of this, and build something on top of this structure. For example, another one that does the exact same thing. And as it turns out, my purchasing portal is 2 tiles high, I believe. So the ideal would be to have it at this level. But then... how do I manage inputs and outputs is the question. Or I could have the entire thing like technically 1 tile higher than it strictly needs to be. I think that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Because there's not much places inside where I can actually fit a purchasing portal. Okay, so if we go and do that, we say, okay, it's just going to have 1 longer than technically required. 1 higher, I mean, than technically required. Then we can have, for example, actually. So we can have the money inside here. And we can perhaps have an elevator right there. This doesn't need to be here. I'm going to have an elevator here too. Okay, so this can be my iron, this can be my iron ore. Wait, does this work? Yeah, I think it does work. Yeah. Yeah, because this comes from this side. Then we have something like that. One longer? Yeah, one longer. I'm going to have more boxes to stand on. And over here we can have a trough where we can shoot money inside. So iron ore is going to be what's going to be purchased here. And I think simply, well, simply, maybe that's a big word. There's nothing simple about what we're doing here, to be entirely fair. If you're like, what the heck is this cursedness, I wouldn't blame you. I need more boxes. Okay, so iron ingots come out here. No, you come over here. And let's see. We are going to need lapstones down here. Okay. Elevator down. And we collect the iron ingots from these three furnaces. And then an elevator collects everything and brings it to the grinding. Okay. And finally, iron ingots over here. Oh my god. This build is quite something. Okay, and then all we need is the iron ingots over there. How did I arrange that? 2 then 1. Okay, can do. For symmetry, I am out of planks. That's interesting. Struggling to pay attention to all the details. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's a complicated game. It's a very complex game with a lot of different things. If you're not playing it yourself, it can get hard, you know, to follow what a streamer is doing. Okay. I think that's build complete. Oh my god. So this is doing the exact same thing as this, but much more compact, right? And this is basically like 1/8 of this build. Not even 1/8, because we haven't even considered the steel side of it. Which is gonna be... another problem entirely. Okay, so if we have 8 of these, we'll be producing enough bronze rivets and, well, technically too many of these. But we can take like 2 of these builds and remove one of the machines down there, one of the processors, and convert it to making money instead. Okay. It's an 1/8 of alpha problem, yes. So what we are trying to make here is these artifacts, these relics, alchemical relics, Mars in this case. That's the second relic build we're making. The first one was Jupiter's. Mars requires 2 bronze rivets per second, 1 copper bearing per second, 1 steel gear per second, and 2 iron nails per second to work this machine full time. And that's to make 1 every 10 minutes. That's not even like an immensely fast build, right? It's just, let's make 1 every 10 minutes. And it's all basically iron-based stuff. Because to make these, we need to mix soap with iron powder, so that's what we have done here. Is a build that has 1 machine of bronze rivets and 1 machine of copper bearings. So each of these builds here produce 15 bronze rivets per minute and 10 copper bearings per minute. So we need 6 of these for the copper side and 8 of these for the bronze side. But if we're producing the bronze bearings, we need the bronze rivets. We're producing the copper either way, because we need to produce the copper. We have no other way to produce the bronze than to produce copper. So if we want 8 of these machines to be running, we need like the copper production for 8 of these machines, technically. But two of them we don't want to make copper bearings, but because what will we do with this? So the solution for that is pretty much what we are doing right here. We can feed the copper ingots to a machine that's just producing copper coins instead. So we can change two of these machines to be producing copper coins instead of copper bearings. And they will consume the same, I think. Let me check. 5 per minute. 5 per minute, yeah, that's... They will consume the same, but they will just produce coins instead. That we can feed back to the build if we need. So it's just a byproduct that we can loop back into the input and manage like that. So we may produce the bronze for it. Of course, that has a cost, so as much as possible we want to actually use the copper output. So yeah, that's basically like this side of the sketch done. Let me remove this. Oh no. Here we go. Okay, so next we need to produce 60, so 1 steel gear per second and 2 iron nails per second. So, steel gears. So a processor of steel gears produces 1 steel gear every 16 seconds. Right, so we'll need 16 processors making steel gears. So... like 8. I'm just sketching at the moment. That's what I call sketching. So basically I'm just placing the machines that I am going to need just to start getting an idea of how I may arrange things and what's going to need to feed what and all of that. So we need 16 of these. That means we need 1 steel ingot per second. An Athanator will produce a steel ingot every 16 seconds because it has a 25% probability of producing a steel ingot every 4 seconds. So we're going to be producing a steel ingot every 16 seconds per Athanator. So we need these 16 Athanators. It's 1 Athanator per processor here. Interesting. How many Athanators can I fit onto a blast furnace? Technically 6. not gonna be very helpful here. And I can't stack them, can I? Because I can, like, do this. But this can only be built on heating devices, right? And this is not a heating device. Okay. And I have no alternative recipe for steel. No, I don't. Ooh. This is not even very good. Like, what do I do with that, right? I mean, I suppose I could have the inputs in the middle. If it's the inputs in the middle, that could work. Probably. I'm not even sure, actually. I'm not even sure. I could have them on shared furnaces, then I could manage the depth a little better. I suppose. Oop. So we can have 3 Athanators on 2 furnaces. We need 16. So we'd need like 6 times that if we do it double-sided. That's like a row of 6 furnaces. Yeah, we can do that. We can definitely do that. Anyway. And so every 16 seconds we produce 3 iron ingots and consume 4. So we consume 1 iron ingot every 16 seconds, basically. And like 4 coke powder. Okay. So 1 iron ingot every 16 seconds for an Athanato. And you produce 1 every 6 seconds in a smelter. Well, if we have 16 Athanators, we need an iron ingot per second. So we need 6 smelters, basically, for the entire build. So we need like the equivalent of that, but for the entire build. Okay, that can be done. That can definitely be done. Let's see. If we go back to blast furnaces, we'll probably need at least 3 if we do that. So let's start by placing like 6 smelters. Okay. And then we need to have 16 Athanators next to this. How many Athanators do I fit next to these? Even without considering the feeding issues or whatever. 4, 5, 6. So that would be like 12. And I need 4 more. So basically, I'd probably do furnaces for that. Because that would be like 2 furnace. Okay. So that's one part of it. That's another quarter of a build, but also we need 2 iron nails per second, right? That's the other side of this equation. And 2 iron nails per second is, so one processor makes an iron nail every 4 seconds. So if we need 2 iron nail a second, we need 8 processors for iron nails. Okay. Nope, won't fit. Not the right machine. Iron nails. Okay. So 8 machine making iron nails. Each of these need 5 iron ingots per minute. So that's like 40 iron ingots per minute. So that's like 2 iron ingots every 3 seconds. And we make 1 every 6 seconds. So 1 every 3 seconds is 2, 2 every 3 seconds is 4. So we need 4 more smelters. For the nails. Okay. Well, technically, no, we do not remove the floor. It doesn't quite fit on 2 blast furnaces. It doesn't quite fit. But we need these and a few more Athanators. Just a few. Is it gonna be a big build? Yes. it's gonna be a big build. That's for certain. One question I have. So we said each Athanator. So one processor here consumes an iron ingot every 12 seconds. Technically, an Athanator could feed 3 processors. But I don't need that many processors for nails. So I might as well just loop back. It's probably better to just loop back. Hmm. So we have 10 smelters. I'm thinking whether or not we want to have things on multiple floors for that one. We could stack them on top of each other. It would make for a tall build that might be several floors high. It wouldn't be the first one. For example, so these 5 smelters are what, 15 wide? And we said we wanted... Yeah, it's barely less wide than all the processors, which are basically the same width as the corresponding Athanators, right? So possibly we could have like processors on the bottom floor and then Athanators on top, and then the smelters on top of the Athanators. That could be a thing. I'm kind of into this idea. Although we do have the nails processors. What do I do with those? I mean, if I want to sacrifice some height, I could just have them on top. That's a possibility. That's definitely possible. It makes my life easier, in a way. So let's just do that, I think. Okay. So I think what I'll do is to play with the aesthetics of it. I'm going to take these and mirror them. Just because it looks better. Same on this side, of course. I don't think it technically changes much to what we're going to end up with. I'm not too worried about that. Then we have output this way. Like this. Of course, lab stands in the middle. Not sure why the last one sometimes gets twisted. Doesn't matter much. Oh no, I lost the recipe here. Oh no, actually no. I just didn't notice it was in. Okay. Lab stands. Of course. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. That's fine then. Actually, we might want to have that near the edge there. Might as well. That way, if we need to do something with the space, we can. Okay, so that's fine. Of course, lab stands. Perfect. No, on top of that. What do I want? Furnaces? Or blast furnaces? Well, I'm thinking here a blast furnace. Right, a blast furnace is one wider than these. And a furnace is... Well, a blast furnace is the same width that both furnaces, right? So that doesn't change a lot. But we could go like one wider anyway. And have like a steel belt kind of situation and like iron belt on top or whatever. Maybe the edge ones can be dedicated to the iron, and like the middle ones can be dedicated to the steel. So my iron input can be something like this. And then of course we have stones. And I think we need to extend these just so we can place stuff on top. Which then means furnaces. We might as well use furnaces. Right? Ooh. I'm going to be out of stone? Yeah. Fair enough. I missed the stairs. Derp? Oh my god, this is a bit cramped. This space is a bit cramped. Okay, let's try that. Let's assume... Maybe let's assume... Oh my god. That the fuel comes in the center. Please. Ah, better. Is that... Would that work? If we say Thanatos... how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm missing one, aren't I? Yeah, I'm missing an Athanator, which means the entire thing needs to be like longer. Because we need 16 of them. Hey, Lana! How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How is it going? Happy Sunday. If anybody here doesn't know Lana, you really should. She is an amazing streamer and you should definitely check her out. She plays a lot of RimWorld, Oxygen not included, lately Blueprints as well that we've played on the channel. Very similar games that we enjoy over here. So definitely worth checking out. Though I expect that most of the people here know Elana, of course. Okay, so we need to be 2 longer. We can do that fairly easily. Let's see. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So that's my 8 Athanators. Well, maybe it's not a bad idea to technically bring everything down here And like we can recycle the iron over here. We can have the global iron input over here. An issue is going to be how do we feed the coke powder to these? So these are making steel, right? Forgot to set the recipe. Yeah, so we're trying to make a machine making mass relics, and that's a very hungry build. We need like a steel gear per second, 2 iron nails per second, a copper bearing per second, 2 bronze rivets per second. So half of it, half of the design is going to be this, which is... hang on. We're going to need 8 of these. They're going to be making rivets and copper bearings, bronze rivets and copper bearings, and we're going to need 8 copies of that. And then we're going to need to be making iron nails and steel gears. And so that's the part we're trying to figure out right now. And it's going to be like a single build, but it's going to be a fairly big one. So these machines, the Athanators, output steel and iron. I think, I'm pretty sure the yellow is the successful output, right? Yeah, so the blue is the failed output, which would be iron in this case, and the yellow would be the steel output. So if yellow is steel, yeah, that does work. So we can have elevators here on the side. And basically we bring the steel down. And of course we're going to need a belt here. That is going to be a slight problem because I did like a fancy mirror trick with the machines downstairs. They don't line up with the Athanators. I could mirror the Athanators. That's also a possibility. I'm not sure I want to, though. What do I want to do? Do I want to change the machines on the bottom? Or do I want to mirror the Athanators? The easiest, of course, would be to mirror the Athanators, in terms of, like, easiest to do. I think it's going to look better. Let me remove the elevators for a bit. It's just going to look better to mirror the bottom parts. Yeah. Let's see. The good thing is because I'm using lapstones, I can do that without destroying the entire build. Is that it? Yes. And then I just need an extra belt. Yeah, I think that's better. I'm going to probably need to do the same for the nails. I mean, for consistency, I might as well. I don't know that I need to, but it's more consistent anyway. And of course, we're going to need to repeat the same thing on the other side. But we don't have to worry about that right now. Okay. So these machines produce both steel and iron, so of course we need to deal with the second output, which is iron output. Right? Well, then I think we might reverse these belts, because we're going to have iron coming down here anyway. Okay. That's a big wall of elevators. Wonderful. I need to recycle iron on this side. I think the idea is going to be to elevate it back, right? Though, if we say that iron is coming this way, how much is this entire build going to be producing in terms of iron? We are going to be producing, so 10 per minute, that's like 1 per second, that's barely more than 1.5 per second, so a belt can easily carry all this iron. A belt currently in our factory carries 4 items per second, so like we're good with that. We don't have to worry about this. And even if we look at the total consumption of the Athanators, 15 per minute per Athanator, and we have, what, 16 of them? So 4 Athanators is 1 per second, so that's 4 per second. So like with the recycling of everything that fails to be transformed into steel, that's using a full belt, basically. And some of that is gonna be eaten by the nails making. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so if we elevate it and like we merge it with whatever comes out of the smelters, and then iron runs down to all the Athanators, for example in the middle. I don't know, whichever level we want, it doesn't really matter. Then technically, like, this is less than a belt that's running down. So we're good. It just means that I need to slightly mess with what's below this. Also, we'll have to worry about the fuel. Where do we carry the fuel to? We'll worry about that later. Okay, so nails come out here. These can be elevators. And in the center here... Oh. No, this can't be an elevator, because if these need to merge, then the merging is done right here. But this can be an elevator, however. Hang on. I need a lab stand first. So the elevator can sit on top of it. Sip on top of it, yes, Alastor. That's exactly what you meant to say. Because words are easy, right? Maybe one thing we could do here. But I don't know. I don't know where this elevator comes out. But it doesn't matter too much when it comes... wrong direction. It doesn't matter too much when it comes to this furnace. Oh! I lost the Athanator that was on top because it was in between two things. So an idea here could be that we could run the fuel from the front. And so run this back. If so, we might have to like shift this entire wall of elevators. It's not a huge problem because technically they could go one further this way. Because I could, let me show rather than tell. It's a bit difficult sometimes to show not tell with these games in particular. So I could do this with my iron, which then means, oh, I don't even maybe have to move the Athanators, which then means we can have the fuel just run down the line. Hey, Cryan Casual! Hello, hello, how are you doing? Welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Okay, so this can be my fuel line. Good, good, good. You're doing alright. Nice. How is stream going? It's going great, actually. I'm having a lot of fun. We are currently making a build that is going to produce 1 shaper's worth of mass. I don't know if you're familiar with the game. But this is a big build. Because we need to produce like 2 per second of these and 1 per second of these. And that requires a lot of build. You've been streaming this game. Ah, you're streaming. Nice. Yeah, it's a big build. So what we have here at the moment, we have, oops, sorry, I locked myself in there. Derp. Right, so we have this build here, which is going to be an 1/8 of the bronze and copper bearing build. So it's 1 bronze and 1 copper bearing machine worth of items, and we need 8 bronze rivets machines worth to feed the shaper over there. So we're going to need 8 pastes of this, and we are figuring out the other half, which is making steel gears and iron nails for it. You just finished the transformation portion. Oh, you're not too far behind where I am. Yeah, started a month ago. Yeah, you're not too far behind. So that's where I am in the tech tree. So I worked on like copper bearings and bronze rivets. Then I worked on making malachite last stream. And today we're working on Mars. So this is our 3rd stream at this level, basically. It's a fairly involved level. Copper bearings is where you started first. Yeah, so what I did is I'm making builds that make both copper bearings and bronze rivets. Because you cannot produce bronze without producing copper as well. So I decided that I might as well just dimension. Like, you can refine bronze, like in pure copper powder, to make copper powder, but you can't do the reverse. So I'm basically dimensioning everything in terms of how much bronze I need in each build. Because malachite also requires impure copper powder. So yeah. It's a build you're currently building, but you had to move the piece and deleted the piece and deleted the whole thing. Oh no, yeah, that sucks when this happens. It sucks when this happens. Oh, and also we are making diamonds. Most of this tower that we are inside... Oh my god. I can barely navigate inside this building. Right. This entire thing is making diamonds. You called it today. Yeah, that's fair. One of my first streams, I think it was when I was making my first basic fertilizer build. I finished making the basic fertilizer build, and then I wanted to move it a few tiles and I deleted the whole thing. I almost rage quit the game. Right then and there. Because I cut and pasted and I accidentally middle clicked something. Well, not even accidentally, I didn't know at the time that middle clicking was a copy and that it would lose whatever I had in the copy. So yeah, slightly frustrating when that kind of thing happens to you. Okay, so we are bringing fuel over there. That's fine. And this is going to be the entire supply of iron that comes through here. Okay. I don't know yet how I'm going to like merge the supply of iron. Maybe I can have an elevator that comes from the top right here. Yeah, that should work actually. Okay. That would work. So, this is an iron belt. This needs to go into every Athanatos, so this is making steel. Right. We feed iron, and the second thing we're going to need to feed is coke powder. Let's treat it as a separate input, I think. For now, I'm just going to shift that to the side, even though we're going to get rid of it eventually. You've done it a bunch, yeah, it happens. But you had things break at the beginning of stream and then spent an hour fixing it, so most things going wrong, then that you are like, well, yeah, I'm done. Yeah. Yeah. There are days like that. There are definitely days like that. Okay, so I want to mirror a bunch of these. Nope, not this one. This one. That's it, yes. And same downstairs. Yeah, this one works. No? These four need to be mirrored. Okay. So this build is symmetrical. This build is entirely symmetrical. So I can totally afford to do that. We are going to need a belt right here. And iron comes from over here. At this level, yes. So this is my iron nails processors, and below are my steel gears processors. Oh, and I'm missing a machine. Here we go. Okay. So, to feed that, we are going to take directly from the Athanatos. So my iron here is going to cycle through the entire thing, basically. That's what I'm doing. Is that correct? Yes, because I have the iron come out right here. Ooh, thanks for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. The scale of this build is slightly scary. I had a build earlier that I called the monstrosity, but it's really nothing compared to that. It's kind of funny to see how the scale just changed over time. Oh, yeah, well... Why is it not placing a... You know what, I might as well just place them manually. If it's not gonna be helpful. Let me climb on top. That's why we have all these boxes everywhere. Because at some point... Oh! Produce 1 million copper coins. Inflation. I got an achievement called inflation. Yeah, we're definitely producing a lot of copper coins as a byproduct from these builds. To be fair, one of them is actually producing gold coins rather than copper coins. So it's not just copper coins. But that is most definitely part of it. I'm stuck. Oh, out of iron. That's fairly ironic to be out of iron when making a build that's going to be making like 4 iron... Well, technically 1 iron per second, but gonna have a recycling belt that's going to be carrying 4 iron per second. Still, even then, like... 1 iron per second is a lot. Ironic, right? But I'm... Whoop, out of nails too? Maybe I should have checked. Steel? No, we're good on steel. Steel, even then. The puns write themselves, don't they? Also, send yourself to the dungeon, please and thank you. I can't tab out. I mean, I could. It just cuts out the music, which is annoying. What did I do here? No, no, no. Ah. You're themselves, you write the puns. Fair enough. But if the puns write themselves and you're themselves, then the puns are writing you, aren't they? Mm-hmm. So who's writing who at the end? Existential crisis. Alright, and we need to supply fuel, I suppose, here. Question, actually. If that's the case, could I reverse this? Elevate one earlier? Oh wait, no, that wouldn't work. Because the supply is right here. That said... Okay, so I could have something like that. Oh, no, because if the fuel input is on top, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can just do something like that. For example. And then... So that can be my fuel input. And then it feeds both the Athanators and these stone furnaces. And I suppose it's going to be feeding the top layer too. More than likely. So what I can do here is have a little lab stand right there. Maybe like a stone block. Why not? And then an elevator. Because we must not forget that we have another layer of furnaces right on top of that, right? And so this can feed the next layer of furnaces. Maybe this level? I'm not entirely sure where it's gonna be. Okay. And one of the questions we are going to have to answer is where do we feed the iron to this entire thing? So iron comes in here, goes there, goes behind, gets elevated back, and runs to the Athanator. Well, maybe I'm fairly sure I'm going to need to go one deeper. Though not necessarily, actually. Because we could go down there. Okay. No, all the other lab stands are flipped compared to that, so let's follow the convention. Oh, I got a new skill point. Nice. And I'm out of ropes. First things first, let's upgrade. We're going to upgrade the relate knowledge. And then we go get ropes. One of the oldest remaining builds, actually. It's kind of funny how things have evolved. Even technically, like, these like planks and stone builds have been remade since we made the ropes and stuff. So I think it might actually be the oldest build in the factory, the ropes, at the moment. Okay, so, back here. Elevator. No. Okay. So far so good. So we have output of nails over here and steel gears right here. And an input of fuel. And that's it for now. And so what we need is one more layer. So let's see. Might I maybe have metal stands here? No, that would be too high. Oh well. I'm thinking we go at this level here. Oh my god. Messed that one up. Okay. And then... Ah yes, of course. Oh well. Do I place blocks here or stands? I think blocks. No, not these kind of blocks. Actually stone blocks, I think. Okay. One more layer. And so we need... How many did we say? We need... Oh my god. Will you please... Why? Why doesn't it want to place them where I want to? This game, I swear, sometimes it's really not cooperative at all. Oh, actually, maybe not here. Hang on. Didn't want to fall down. So a thought here is we're going to need to be purchasing iron ore. So maybe if we squish the next layer against here, that gives us space to be doing that. So let's try to get as much space as possible, so we can have things exactly against this, basically. We just need to fill up that space too. Okay, so far so good. Let's see. Okay. And then furnaces. And so we need 5 per side. Yeah, and I think we'll have enough space to have a purchasing portal over here. Probably. So. Nope. Labstones. Right there for the fuel supply. This I was not too bad actually. Off by 1. Oh my god. Can I place like a big lab stand on top of this that I can stand on without disturbing these belts? And so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. So we are taking from this elevator and we bring the fuel over there. So... Ooh. No, that won't fly. You need to go inside here. Better? So you split between the center, the left and the right. That's perfect. So far so good, and finally we need the smelters. This build is... oh my god. Quite something. We're officially taller than 1 floor with this build. Not by a lot, but yeah. And that's really the minimum we could do. I mean, we could go too lower if we decided to have it a lot longer. But overall it would take more volume. The cubic volume encompassing the build would be a lot larger if we did that. And I mean, it's okay because I think we can stack 2 of these builds on top of each other within a 2-floor space. And we can just have the entire thing be 2 floors high. And that's it, really. It's not a big deal. No biggie. So you are taking the iron from the top to the bottom. I know it's a bit weird that, like, we're just sending the iron from the entire top of the build to the far bottom, and then it recycles its way back to just below the top before cycling back down. It is what it is. Like, it goes from here to there, then to there, then goes all the way back across, and then feeds the Athanators. And then, like, part of it goes down here and recycles. It's fine. It's a weird circuit, but it is there for the reason, right? It's not entirely random. That's what matters. Okay, so what do we do here? God. Could I go... How long is this? What did we say? 1, 2, 3, 4... 12... 13, 14? We could have a beam. And then we avoid a lot of the scaffolding. We have a beam that's 15 long, don't we? We're making so much money. We're spending a lot of money too, to be fair. But we're making like 300 silver per day. I remember that at the start, like, spending 100 logs was a lot. And right now we're consuming 275 per day. Plus 200 stone, plus 70 mushroom, well, rotten logs. Like, 200 logs is the cheapest things we're doing. So remind me, what are the beam lengths? That's a 10 long and 18 long. Well, we could be using that. Where does this bring me again? Oh no, I can't actually. And 10 long isn't long enough. I could do a 10 plus a 5, I suppose. Sure. No. I'm not removing. Just for safety and... yeah. Right. Let's try that again. So 10 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 10. So I think here, and then... is that it? Let's try. Yes. Okay. I mean, I could just go with the 3. Though that might be for the best, because it gives me the possibility to have the purchasing portal feed in here. Sure. I wish we could change the materials of the beams. So I could have a 5 long steel beam. Because this really doesn't look good. Or I could have... you know what? just for visual purposes, we're going to have 3 5 bit. That looks better. Actually, scrub that. Reverse. Much better. Okay, same on this side. I'm going to need boxes. We're getting there with this build. We're actually getting there. It's a lot to take in. But we're doing it. Uh-huh. I can't even climb on top of it. Alright. We just need to feed it. Iron ore. So how am I going to be doing that? An idea here. Since... Sorry, I think I bonked the microphone. Since we're feeding everything from this side, we could have a trough right here and send the money across. And it would actually make things easier, because this is just too short. And if we didn't do that, it would be slightly annoying to work with. Yeah, like that. Okay. So, belt for the money. Then purchasing portal. Then purchasing portal. You are purchasing iron ore. I don't know if I gave this one its order. Yes, I did. Oh my god, I need to go higher. This build is really something. Ah! I fell all the way down. Help. Okay. Hey, Guppy. Did I say... Yeah, I said hi because you raided. My bad. Remembering things with Alastor. Step 1, you don't. Ah, God. Okay, that works. And then on this side... Why? Why won't you place? Q? No. Almost there. So, belt. Apparently I'm not belting. Let's try that for the third time. Yeah. Okay. Then we elevate the iron ore on top. Did I mess up this elevator? Probably. And finally, we feed the furnaces. Let's go. This should be build complete for this. Half of the build. Half build complete? I don't know, how do you call this? Okay, but we have all the elements to make an entire build, and that's what's important. This can get removed. That's the old version of the copper and... Oh my god. Do not worry about the beeping that you may be hearing behind me. It's just my dishwasher that's saying that it finished. Half GG? Yeah, GG over 2. No, I think we're like 80% of the way there, technically. Oh my god. This build is scary. The stream is going to explode. I say don't panic. Okay, so this will be producing what was it? 2 iron nails per second and 1 steel gear per second. Though it's going to be consuming... Oh my god. I'm not even sure I want to look. How much is it going to be consuming? 15 per minute. Per machine. That's like... we have 16 machines. Ooh. That's more than a belt. Uh-oh. We might have to upgrade the belts to have this actually be running full speed. Because technically the machines are going to be consuming... $4 per second, so a belt. But then the furnaces are also gonna be consuming some fuel. And we have a lot of heating machines. So it's not gonna be like zero fuel consumption. So we might need this to be running faster. Also, we might need internal fuel production for that. Because I think the coke-border builds produce like 5 per minute. Do I have this on the side still? I had a tab where I calculated my fuel build, etc. Where would that be? Can I pull it up? Oh, I know where that would be. That is... Aha! Yeah, so my fuel builds, the 9x9 fuel build, each produce 5.69 coke powder per minute. So if I need like 4 per second, I need what? Is it? Wait a minute. No. $12 fuel builds? Oh my god. I mean, I can do it. But oh my god. Well... Okay, so let's move this... where do we move it? I want to move it like somewhere over here, I think. Let's clear some space around here. Or do we dedicate a floor to that? Maybe we dedicate an upper floor to that. Maybe that's more clever. To actually have a dedicated floor to the tower that just does this. I think that's what we do. Okay, so let's go one floor further. We can have window here. And I'm honestly not sure what we do with that. Maybe this can be a window. Let's go with that for now. I'd like to move it, yes. I would. Like to move it, move it. Maybe this can be an entrance to the other side. That's an idea. Actually, how about... Do we have a wall here, or do we have, like, separate building that somewhat touch each other's? With, like, a bridge structure in the middle that we can work on. Maybe that's better. So maybe no window here. Well, it doesn't matter too much either way. Okay, so... Oh my god, this build. How long is it? I think it's going to fit within 2 tiles. So let's do this. It doesn't have pipes, so we should be fine. Just in case, let's do this. Uh-oh. Do we have the materials to place it? Yes, we still do. Oh. Yes, I made it. Okay, let's place it somewhere over here. So this is a 2-floor high space. That's a window. That's not the window I wanted, but that's certainly a window. Actually, no windows on this floor, I think. I am out of bricks. Interesting. Let's go get some. Where are my bricks? Right here. Yeah, so here I expanded the floor a little bit. And so what I was talking about is this space. I think I'd like to have some kind of an archway right here. We'll need to work on the design of it. And then this tower on the side that can be tall. I think that can look cool. We'll need stairs to go up there. And I'm not entirely sure where I built the stairs. So yeah, this is the top of the archway that I was talking about. And this is also protruding like outside of the footprint of the building. The tower itself is basically a 3x3 floor space that I initially had for the diamonds. Okay, so now that we moved that, we can have a floor over here, I think. Yep. We can place these walls. So that's basically my tower right here. And then what we can have is the windows up here. I think that's pretty cool. Like that. And I don't know what we do on this side. We might have to expand on this side if we want to fit the build in the floor space that we have available. We might need to do something along those lines. Also, we'll need stairs somewhere. And I'm not entirely sure where I put them. If we wanted to continue like the spiral staircase pattern we did, logic would be to place them right here. Basically have this half a tile shorter. But that might mean cutting the build in two. Or I could have the stairs like over here and have like the corridor continue but recessed basically by one. So something like that. Because that's a space, like behind here we have the to-do list board. But it's not a space where we have much. So, and I always wanted to reconnect the two buildings. So this could be a thing, right? We could... Well, currently we have no floor space here, but... oh. Uh-huh. We'd need to work on that cannon. But over here are the bedrooms. On this floor. This is money cannon. Oh my god. So clumsy. Oh, we have 4 gold in here. Interesting. So we're definitely producing more silver than we're actually using in this build. Interesting. Kind of unexpected. Either that or it was still initializing. Maybe we hadn't consumed an entire cycle worth of money. Kind of doubt it, honestly. But yeah, we could have like a door right here. What do we do with this cannon? What are you targeting? The center trough, I see. Can I have this one lower? Yes, I can. Well, that's fairly easy then, because I can just... Let's see. We pull right here. And then we use a small elevator to connect. And you target this trough. And so now you should be low enough that the floor should be able to go above. Hopefully it was the only issue we were having here. Yes. Let's go. Aha. But this build doesn't work with that. Interesting. Interesting. Well, then maybe we can have like half a tile over here. And maybe this can be half a tile too. Gotta head out. Have a good rest of my stream. Thank you very much, Ryan Casual. And yeah, I do hope to see you again too. Go to lurking? No worries at all. I appreciate it. Hang on, let me give you a follow. I don't think I'm following you yet. So I can go and check out your stream next time. And yeah, thank you for lurking. Thank you for coming in here. I appreciate it. No worries. I like supporting fellow streamers. Always a pleasure. Okay, so we can do something like that. It's a bit awkward, but it should kind of work. And then we can have stairs that come up here. Then, where do I place them? I'm not entirely sure where my stairs should go. And so this can be some kind of balcony area. Maybe we'll have a build inside here, maybe not, we'll see. We should probably have a pillar somewhere. Where would we do that? Maybe a pillar here, a pillar there. So it looks kind of supported. And this can have a railing, I think. A small railing doesn't work. Can a big railing work better here? Yes, actually. Maybe a small railing here? Oh, yes. Okay. So, staircase. Maybe this? And then we can have a railing right here. Would it be a large one or a short one? I think the long one works. That works okay. Maybe we can have like little blocks like that to help make it look better. And so we have space to circulate over here. We have, of course, we can remove that now. We can go up. We can have railing on this level. It's gonna have to be a short one for that. Maybe like this. And then with blocks, I suppose. On each side. I really feel like the raiding options are kinda limited. No, actually this is in the middle of the stairs. Well, fair enough. And so we can go back in the building from here, so like if we need to go get ropes here, we can just go over there this time. We don't have to go all the way down and back up. I prefer that. But it does raise the question of how on earth do I reserve a space that's large enough for this entire build? Because we said I need 12 fuel builds. Maybe we can have 6 that stack on top of each other. But still, even like 6 of them is a fairly large area. How much length do we have here? $47, so that's not long enough to have 6 long fuel builds. So we need 2 columns of fuel builds, each of them being 9 by 9. So let's see, if we leave maybe that amount of space on the side that we can walk by. So like that's fuel, right? And on this side, $27. Right, so that would be the footprint of my fuel. Then we need to have this on the side, and then we need 8 of these. So, yeah. I see that we have ads in 12 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, so We're going to take a quick break. Hopefully slightly before they start. That way we can kill two birds with one stone, right? Oh, I'd like that we have this showing up on top when it's highlighted. Do these require fuel actually? Yeah, they do. Okay. That makes things even harder to fit in. Uh, yeah. Okay, so first things first, I think we would like to have our fuel builds. Technically, we could, like, have 2 floors for fuel. And then 2 floors, for example, for the build itself. Maybe more, if required. That's a possibility, that's something we could. I kinda like this idea, actually. To have 2 fuel floors. This build is gonna be huge. I don't know how much they're going to buy in terms of like mass, but I really hope we don't need more than one of them. Because this build is going to be taking 4 floors of the tower, at least, maybe 5. That's a lot of space. It really is a lot of space. Okay, you know what? Let's take the break right now. I'm going to run the ads. That way we're rid of the ads for a few minutes. Well, for a few minutes, an hour. I'm going to be taking a slightly longer break this time. I need it. So we're going to take like, let's say 7 minutes, right? Let's go take a 7-minute break. We'll be back in 7 minutes. Do not hesitate to take this time to yourself, like go have a walk, all this kind of stuff. And we will be right back. See you in a few minutes. And we're back from the break. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. Let me go back to this game. See. So, let's see about this. Thank you for the welcome back time. Maybe we could have an external elevator. Well, elevator. Hey, that's not a bad idea, actually. How do I do that? So the idea would be to have a staircase right here. I think we can do this. Let's see, let's imagine... Technically, we could have it slightly further. Would it mesh with a door? I don't think it would, really. I wish we could have doors that are like on the side of the thing. Should I make the tower like half a tile longer? So I can have a door over here? But then I have the same problem over there, right? On the return trip. No, actually, yeah. Yeah, I do. I do have the same issue. Or I could leave this open. Or partially open, I suppose. Like we could have a wall here and something there. Could we technically, like if I remove these, have a pillar here? Nah, it wouldn't work with the wall. We could... I suppose we could have a half wall here. And that could kind of serve as a door. Overlapping with what? Is it complaining about the stairs? I think it's complaining about the stairs. I need to have them one further apart then. Is that correct? Yes. But then I can't have this pillar. Yeah. That would work. Hmm. But then we would need, like, the tile right here for support, I think. Even with that. Like, these can be... up. But technically... yeah, that's right at the start of the next tile, half tile. Whatever you want to call it. So we need to build that one. So we can technically have the stairs on top of this, right? Hello? Ah. The heck? Why is it? Whatever. And then we can have the walls. And of course the floors. We do need this. Of course. And I'm not entirely sure how to decorate this, honestly. This can be a half wall, I suppose. Well, I would need to change the floor here. But yeah, can be a half wall. Probably means I want a half wall here. So probably means I want like a pillar here. I mean, no, they serve as half walls anyway. Am I going to remove these? That's a lot of things I need to redo then. I don't know. I don't know about that. As annoying as it is, maybe I keep it. For now, at least. Which probably means permanently. That's ugly. I don't like having this like that. What to do? I could... hang on. I could have things like this, and then I could have like a pillar. Can I place the pillar if I... Why? Why does it not want me to place my pillar right here? I think because of the roof? But I can't remove the roof, can I? Or maybe I remove this wall, but that's... Like, there's stuff attached to this wall. That's annoying. I don't like that. I don't like having to do that. Yep, end of the day. Let's see. Well, at least the shop is going strong. Oh, but is it gonna work? Yeah, no, I think that's fine because the next stair is right here. Actually. So that's fine. I don't know if I like what we're doing here, honestly. Okay, so this would be fuel, this would be fuel, and then I need two floor. Well, two floor high space that can... I don't know if it's going to be this one or another one. Oop. Yeah, that's a problem with that. You can easily get confused. It will be better once I have the walls in, to be fair, but still. I don't know. And so this one is gonna be a 2-floor high space. Most definitely. We're going to end up going as far as the castle. Oop. Hang on, I need to flip it. blueprints. We can do the stairs. Right here. I'm going to want pillars right there. Then we have floors. No landing right here. We go back to the blueprint. We take stairs. Oh, just even the ceiling. Even the roof messes with it. That kinda sucks. So this should be the floor, I do believe. Ooh. Thank God there's no fall damage. Not enough support. Yeah, that makes sense. In terms of walls, you can be a wall. I would like you to be a window. You can be a wall. I would like you to be a window. And I want to do the exact same thing over there, except I can't. Hang on, let me jump from the top. I wanna jump from the top. Actually, can I continue building the staircase for a little bit? So I can jump from the actual top. And stairs. Oh, I don't have the materials for it? Yeah. We're so high. Alright. Whee! Okay, so we're going to need a way to make this look supported. We'll see. We'll see. First things first, let's restock. We need bricks, we need wood. We need to organize inventory. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The rest we have. Actually, do we have stone? Yeah, we do. And then let's cross from upstairs. Ta-da! But no, of course, we need to make our way back to the top. So, I would like walls. You're going to be a full wall. Window. No, the other window. Oh no, my windows are all reversed. Full wall, window. Uh-huh. Which means I can have a floor. Nope. Aha. And so over here we need... Okay, fine, I can build it from the top. That's not a problem. No! Mm-hmm. And of course, pillars. Something like that. And this can be my throwing. Okay. This is so high. This tower is so huge. But yeah, that's pretty much what we have to do for this build. Of course, that's just a skeleton. Building a straw straight to Mars, exactly. That's exactly what we're doing, in fact. We're conquering the Mars. The conquerage of the Mars. Oop. Help. The railing wasn't enough. Can we have railing here? Somewhat. I fear that's going to interfere with the walls, isn't it? Oh, maybe not actually. Okay, maybe that's alright. That's definitely not alright, however. Dang it. We'll see. We'll see what we do about this. And that's definitely not gonna work. Can I have a long one here? Okay, these railings are definitely stupid. This is stupid, like... I thought like, oh yeah, maybe the railings are made to be built between pillars. But no, they just don't fit with anything else that exists. Like, come on. What are they made for if they can't even fit between pillars? 1 AM warning. Ooh, thank you. I did not see the time. Not enough support? Huh? Is that because there are like no walls below? Yeah. Okay, that's fair, I suppose. And insufficient materials. That also is fair. Okay, so what do I do here? I'm going to need to move that upstairs. I think I take a blueprint of this, just so I make sure I don't lose it. Because if I lose that, I'm going to be very sad. Save as a blueprint. We can say... $120... Well, it's nails and iron. Plus steel gears. 120 nails per minute plus 60 gears per minute. That's a blueprint. Okay. And so then we grab it. Cut. Oop. We went the wrong way. And I think that's going to be the floor where it's located. So for now, we can have it over here. Which means we can complete the floor below that had a hole in it because of the build. Perfect. This build has so much things that it can't contain all of it. Okay. Let's see here. I'm probably... what if I had it like for long? It's 9 by 9, so 4 times 9 would be 27? No. 36, sorry. I can count. We could do that. And then we could probably fit the fuel module into one floor. Because we could go... Okay, so that's 9 long. Hang on. End of the day already. Maybe that changes things with the build. So if we do this, so we could do 3 columns, 9 wide, 27 long. That way we can walk around the builds. I mean, on this side it would be slightly tighter. But overall it's not too bad. Kind of like this idea. And so it can be 4 builds long on this direction. And we still have space to walk here. Okay. Let's do this. So, the build I've been talking about for cock border. Oh. What's cock border V2? Let me see. Okay, no, that's not the one. 9x9 cock border is our current build. Yes, yes, it has errors that are not errors. And so we can have this to... We're gonna be missing rails. But we can have 4 of these long. 3 times. For now, this can be a fence, but it's probably gonna end up being a wall, honestly. Oh wait, the door's right here. We said we need nails. Yeah. Probably wood too. Would be my guess. We do have a bunch of stones, but I think we might need more of that. Let's grab like another stack. I don't have purchasing portals, sigils enough. This sentence was not in the correct order. It's fine. Right, so comes out here. Ah, I might want to have a look at this blueprint before I go any further, because I do believe I need to change this a little bit. If only so it can send from one build to the other relatively easily. This was not well thought out. So, actually like this. And we're going to have catapults, actually. And of course, something like that. That way we can target the next one without hitting the ceiling. Hopefully. We'll have to see in the other direction. But yeah. I think that's basically it for this build. So I'm just going to take the blueprint. How is it called? It's called 9x9 cork powder. And I can call it 9x9 cork powder V2, I suppose. Is this it? Yep. Let's see. That's iron sand. This is a cork powder. I have a hard time distinguishing cork powder from iron sand. Non-binary cork powder V2, and so this is 5.69 cork powder per minute. Okay. So we're just going to remove the top part here of each build. That way I can replace it with this. Oh. Yeah, no, this should work. Let's see how this went. Overall, pretty good. Okay. So you can target here. You can target the next. I need more boxes to stand on. Yes, of course. Oh, I didn't realize I actually built them. Okay, that's fair. Alright, perfect. And we just need to do that 8 more times? Oh, no, 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 no. Do not destroy half of the tower, please. Thank you. Do I have enough to even build one? I do not. I need ropes and I need sigils. Whee! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a stack. What are we doing in the shop? All of that is full. That's great. Well, we'd enjoy having more Jupiters and more diamonds. But, you know. Hopefully once I start having Mars, it will alleviate some of the requirements for Jupiters. Oh, I need ropes. My bad. Alright, so... out of nails and planks. Right, next resource strip. We're putting quite the strain on the planks build in particular. We've just been building so much in a very, very short time. out of ropes again? Wow. I took 2 stacks. It's the elevators. They consume a lot of ropes, to be fair. Okay. And stones. Ah. Come on. Can I place 2 builds in a row without having to make a trip to the resource? Okay, so this should be enough fuel for producing Mars. 1 Mars every 10 minutes. This is stupid. This is so stupid. Oh. Obstacles. Oh no. Well, I don't know how I get around that. What to do? This is too wide for a drawbridge, is it? I mean, if I had maybe 2 drawbridges, maybe? That's not necessarily a bad idea. Let's see. Oh, but that would be a problem, wouldn't it? That's fine, I can probably solve that actually. So let's have one over here and one over there. I want my drawbridges to go this way. Hey, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Oh, but how do I chain them? I mean, if I move it one to the side, maybe? But then that's annoying on that side. Huh. How do I chain that? I could possibly shift this catapult by one. Technically, honestly, I should probably have the entire thing reversed. So it brings the money over here from there. Ah, but that's fine. Or I could just be like, hey, I'm just going to shoot money on each of these from the outside. I suppose that's probably the wisest option. Probably is. Yeah. This could be fun to do, but it doesn't lend itself well to it, unfortunately. Which probably means we can just remove these catapults. They're useless. Hey, at least we're shooting along here. And I mean, to clean things up, might as well remove that one. Okay. So we'll need to shoot over here. For now we can keep the boxes maybe. Ooh. This needs to go. I don't know what I selected, so let's cancel and redo it. No? I prefer that. Alright. You shoot here. You shoot here. And you shoot here. And these. Disappear. Let's go. All right. This is quite the build. Alright. Can I get on top of this? No, I don't want to crouch. Well, actually... Well, that's fine. That should be fine. We want shelves over here. I think at this level? Am I correct? Well, I can't see from here, so I need to go in here. Yes, that would be correct. No, actually even higher, I think. Let me check from here. Right there is the one, I think. Okay. And then, well, I don't know where I'm going to be feeding the entire build from, is the main question here. Maybe that can be a thing. Like in this corner or something. Maybe we can have a column that brings the stuff up. Possibly. And then, of course, we will want... How do I do that? Also, that is incorrect. Annoying, but fine. So... I mean, probably something like that would be my guess. We are going to need a little bit more height, so we see what's on top. Well, maybe. Let's see. No, I don't have catapults on my hotbar anymore. Ooh, that's not it either. Too close. Who was telling me there wasn't a minimum range earlier? And that's probably gonna prevent me from doing it from like lower also. Because I think it's a horizontal distance. It doesn't really care about vertical distance. Oh, it's so annoying. Yep, too close. Fine. Oops. Well, that was a wall. Emphasis on was. With the bridge? Yeah, that's... The problem with the bridge? Oh no, it's not the same problem as we had before, because we can go further. Yeah, we might be able to make it work with the bridge. Wait, no, that's too high. It needs to go one lower, I believe. Actually, do we need that? Yeah, no, we do. Because if we want to have everything run on here, one day we will need the 2 width. Dang it. The problem of the bridge is... Okay, we're too high. I might be able to still make it work. Just need to have my chef lower. It also looks better, to be fair. That can work. It's not the most aesthetic thing in the world, but it can work. God. Okay, can I lock height? No, lower. Lock the axis. No, I said lock the axis. Okay, it just doesn't want to obey me at this point. Remove that. If we can target behind, then we'll target through. Okay. That should work. It's not pretty, but it should work. It's stupid and it works. I can build the other one from upstairs, which will be a lot easier. To be fair, I could just have ripped out the floor and done all of them from upstairs. But the advantage of doing so is that we see where the ceiling needs to be. I also probably might want beams behind here. Fine, have it your way. I can do it manually. So, now that we know, I think I'd align them, it's how it's going to look best. Sure. Alright. So, money. Money, money, money. Make the world go. That was a mix of music that had nothing to do with each other and that also didn't go at all with the music of the game. I apologize for your ears. Okay. And finally, you know, that's correct. Alright. Okay, so all I have to do now is to make money go up on this spell. And well, it's not all I have to do, I also have to jumpstart these builds. But as soon as I have done both of these two things, we are going to have a fuel production for this part of the factory. Then, output over here, here, and here. What do I do with these? I suppose I could put them back over there. That's a possibility. One thing I'm wondering... I mean, yeah, I need this tile, so at best I could get rid of this tile. But then what? Yeah, can't really like use the stairs to get the money up. I mean, I could, but it would be very impractical. Okay, first things first. We do not remove the floor. Very important. We do not destroy the tower. Alright. So this works. I think the easiest way at the moment to deal with the output is just to do this. Oh my god, it takes so long to build these. Okay, so I can walk next to that. And that means I can... That's nice. Nice. I think I would probably like to start fueling it. But I need to make a decision as to how I do that. I don't think I've got a lot of very good options, to be honest. Maybe the best option would be to have like a column in this corner. Or like in a corner. Maybe this one actually. Though this one would be awkward because it's not really connected to any of the existing walls. Which does pose a problem, a slight problem. Also, if I do that, I'm going to have to remove 2 slices of the build so I can replace this floor tile by something else. That's not necessarily the worst thing to do ever. It's probably gonna have to happen wherever I build it. I could have it over here soon. I think this corner might be best, honestly. At least it explains why the balcony. We'll probably have to buy this at some point and then do something with it. But it's relatively centered. Alright, fine. Can I have these? Like, I don't know, right here? Where would it be? Yeah, it would need to be right here. So this one is the top one. And you target the bottom. Yes. And so this, okay, the first is the left and the second is this one here. Good thing I checked. Are you fucking kidding me? What to do? Good thing I checked too, I suppose. So we say this one is the top one. Okay. We say this one is... Okay. Good. I do not have bricks. I am brickless. Nope. Seal one up. Okay. So that's fine. Oh. Oh no. What does this destroy? Okay, not the worst. It could be worse. By far. We're going to need that. Okay. Good. Fertilizer. Yeah, was too slow. Was a lot too slow. I can throw away the sage and suppose the fertilizer I can re-inject it later. That's fine. Upstairs. We're going to need to remove 2 of these builds. Temporarily. Ah! No? Come on. Don't jump down. You. So... I think these 2. Yep. Well, technically, do we? It's probably better. And we prefer to do it now than later. Okay, so that's all good. I might need to reconnect stuff on the top. Yep. This is connected. Yes, yes. And I'd just like to check that the output goes all the way to the bottom. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so this is very important because this technical column that we will build will be occupying this space, and so it's crucially important that we can access this, right? And we can open it over here. So like these two walls are not optional. Might want this one reversed. Yep, like that. So they line up. And that's going to allow me to send money upwards. And probably to send a resulting product downwards too. And that's probably also how we're going to transfer the fuel upwards then. So we reverse this entire thing. Might as well. Yeah, something like that. Incidentally, kinda means that the entire top belt is kinda misplaced. Because honestly, these shelves are kinda useless. Let's remove all the shelves. If we're going to replace them, we replace them all. Okay. It means they're not going to line up very well. Is it important? Not really. Oh, that can be okay. Instead of being aligned, they're centered. I actually might prefer that. Yeah. That's not a bad option. And so money comes out of here. All the way here. Let's go. Oops. Double oops. Ah. Should I have an elevator here that goes up there? Oh no, that's not gonna work. Well, I don't really want to do that. Just because it's going to be annoying to work with. At the top, I might as well have it on the bottom. I'd prefer to have it on the bottom, to be honest. Oh, this spell though is extra. So we inject fuel here and then we proceed upwards. Okay, question, where do I bring in money? I could go below here. And then use the space. Yeah, why not? Which means... Nope. Yes, this. How do I do this? Probably the easiest would be something like that. Huh? Yay! Money. Okay, so this one. Makes 15 minutes, 15 per minute of either of these. I need the seeds, ideally. This one would be flax and this one would be sage, right? Yeah. I haven't tested any of these builds. It might very well end up that some of these are broken. That would be terrible. Can I recover some flax or sage seeds from the farm? Probably. I think this one is not required. Honestly, I even think like one of these isn't required. So this would be a flaxseed. Nope. Flaxseed. And this would be a sage seed. Uh-huh. So this build should now be functional. 15 per minute we said of each. Yep. 2 AM warning, oh my god. Yeah, we're not gonna start this build today, are we? I was hoping. But to be fair, I was also doubtful, that's why the title is working towards. Because these things take a lot longer than you'd expect. So, let's take this blueprint. We can have, so that's gonna be like rivets plus bearings. Oops. It's 15 per minute. Of both rivets and bearings. Okay. And we'll need 8 of these. Oh my god. To be fair, we can almost stack them on top of each other. Or I have like 2 floors of them. So, well, anyway, oh, need to not forget the piping. That's in here. We can cut. It's just planks, whatever. We can put the floor back. I forgot I have removed it. I don't know. What's the size of it? It is 8 by 8 by 15. Okay. So, like, let's say, okay, we want an 8 wide space. If we want to keep something similar, we have box over there. Where's this box situated? Yeah, that would be alright, I think. can we fit 8 of these in one floor is the question, basically. Probably not, in my opinion. I'm going to need a box here too. If I really want to do this like that. Oops. I went too far. Anyway, we can have like two in the length, but I don't think we'll be able to have 4 of them in width. Two. Yeah, that doesn't work. So we can have 6 easily, but we can't have 8. So we're going to require 2 floors for this. Why? Not gonna question it, but my character definitely continued running when I was not pressing the button anymore. Well, if that's the case, then maybe we could have like 2 floors doing this. And then this one is 2 floors high, but it's not very wide. So we could definitely have the entire thing on a 2-floor width, right? Hang on, what's the dimensions? It is 9 by 18. Yeah, so we can definitely have... I don't know if we want to center it over here, perhaps. Nope. Something like that could work. And then 18, what would that be? 18 would be something like that, so technically we could start over here. Just like that. And that leaves this space where we could have the shaper. And so we don't need it to be like 6 floors high or whatever. The entire thing can be 3 floors high. I kinda like the idea. Okay. Is this aligned? Uh, yes, it would be aligned. Okay. Inventory. Rearrange it. We can throw away this single sage. And this single flax. That's gonna help. Oh. That should work. Okay. Yeah. And so we said 9 by 18. Maybe, ideally. Yeah, so here we have the space between two builds. So ideally, if we can keep that up over here, that would be nice. Yeah, that can definitely work. Yep. So this is an 18 by 9. So we could have the top build over here. For instances of this build over here. And basically exactly on top of that, we could have the ones... Yeah. We are going to want this to be like small floor tiles before we forget. But that's okay. 18. By 9. 18. Okay. Just in case we can rotate that. Okay. Yeah, these two tiles go away. Actually, this should be a window. Probably. So... floor markers. Like that. So I can... Basically, I'm using this as guides to place the stuff. Because it's going to be marking as overlap if it's not placed properly, so it's both a visual and everything guide. Okay. Let's go. No, you don't do that. Please and thank you. And finally, this one. Let's go. So let's go and grab the build, I think, from upstairs. That way we can place it. We have a blueprint of this, don't we? Yeah, nails and gears. Okay. But normally we should be able to just cut paste. Aha! And that should be it. Uh-huh. And not bad. Not bad at all. Obviously, we'll need to feed it with fuel and stuff. So, what do we need for rivets and bearings? We need more nails, more planks, not that many more actually, and my seeds. I'm wondering if I have a seed chest somewhere. I think we're just going to place the builds for today. Oh my god. Because it's already like almost 2:30 AM for me. So we won't have time to start it today. So I think my goal for today is to place the builds, and next time we can connect them and test them and start running the entire thing. I want to get rid of fertilizer, and I want to see if I have a seed chest. I do. In fact, have a seed chest with sage in it. I'm going to just go and buy like 3 flax seeds. Oh, actually, I need 4 more. I forgot that we have the upstairs ones. I don't actually know if we're going to be have the time to place everything today. We'll see. We will see. So this would come out right here. Right. Oof. We need warps and sigils. Easy enough. I'm going to get a stack of sigils. It's gonna be so much stuff to buy when we start the build. We're gonna have literal thousands of items, but not the cheapest ones either. Like, it's gonna be a lot of iron in particular. You know, that works. Okay. So, then, how far is this from the wall? Uh, 5. I would assume 5 here too. No, 4 here. Interesting. And hang on, 4 and 5 was what? Right. So the corner is pointed at by 4 and so 5, technically we need to do 6 and 5. Right. So this is the corner of the build. And we said it needs to be how long and wide again? 8. Eight by 15. 8 by 15. And then we have box. Well, we don't have box because we don't have planks. Apparently. I ate all of the planks I got. I thought I got a good amount, so... Oh my god. I'm going to need what? Show me. Possibly iron, possibly nails, possibly stone. This I have a ton. Still, I'd rather have a full thing. And iron, maybe 2. Okay, so over here we have belt, box, belt. 2 separate builds. Right. Yeah, because we said 9 by 15, right? 8 by 15, right? Oh. So actually you go like this. Because you go 9. Yeah. And this needs to be a 15. So same over here. You're the one. So inside this I can fit a build, in theory. And then I need box. Basically box right here. And my outline just traces around the box. And so if this goes 8, that should be all I need to know, I think. Uh, 15. That's correct, right? Yes. So I need to go one further, of course. Okay. Why do I have this belt like this? much better. So, rivets and bearings. Is this correct? Yes, it is. I am missing glass, interestingly. That wasn't what I expected to be missing anytime soon. I didn't even realize we were using glass in this build. What are we using it for? Oh yes, no, of course, we're making soap to make bronze. Yeah. That actually makes sense. Okay, we are going to need, I think I saw more planks, nails and bricks. Okay. We need what, 1600 planks. Two stacks of nails, a few stacks of bricks. Alright. Yep. We are about to conclude. I need bricks, I said. I think that should be enough materials to place all the builds. So that's my goal here, is to place all the builds. And then once that is done, well, the rest can be a problem for next time. Oh my god. I'm missing iron, ropes, and large gears, interestingly, this time. Did I say nails? Again? No, iron. Where are my large gears? Right here. Been a while since I've been missing any large gears. You don't consume those very fast. Here we go. That should be enough. Let's go. So that's all the pastes of this build. So we're going to have 8 times this. Just like that. And 1 times this, and of course 1 times that one. Maybe on a box or something. To celebrate it a little bit. Because, like, that's 3 floors entirely dedicated to making this shaper work. That's a huge build. That's a huge build. So we have these 4 builds, this one, these 4 builds. So the small builds are making copper bearings and bronze rivets, and this one is making the nails and the steel gears. And below this, we have an entire floor dedicated to producing enough fuel to actually run this build, and I'm not entirely sure it's even enough. Hopefully it is, because if it's not, then then I'm sad. Because it's based on calculating that we have enough to make the steel, and assuming that the rest is enough to fuel the other builds. That's not entirely guaranteed, because all of these builds are relatively heavily iron based, as you can see. Oh my god, I cannot even stand on things. Right, well, I suppose we'll see next time if that works or not, right? So, thank you everybody for being here today. We are going to stop here. Let's go and raid somebody. Let's see who is streaming at this time. Who can I raid? Yeah, why not? Let's go and raid Hadrian. She was in here earlier. This cliffhanger, right? Yeah, it's a cliffhanger, but it's a very wide cliff. It's going to take a while before we can actually connect everything, and it would take hours to try and finish this. So let's go and say hi to Hadrian, I suppose.